It is 6:30 p.m. and time to call this regular meeting of the Board of Education to order. We are meeting virtually this evening to be in compliance with the governor's executive orders regarding public meetings. And I will start by making sure that all trustees are connected. Terry?
Yes.
Thank you. Celeste?
Yes.
Thank you. Rusty? Rusty?
Yes.
Very good. Bo?
I'm here, Randy.
Very good. Joanne? And Kurt?
Yes.
Very good. I'll start by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance on behalf of the board. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll now move to approve our agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda as presented?
Mr. President, I noticed that on our website, it states, there's a document that states that we are going to into closed session. Is that current?
No, it's not correct. We're not going into closed session tonight, Joanne.
Okay. Mr. President, I'm asking for clarification of the following item. Item 9, action item number 3. This item coming for approval for the board is only for the modification of curriculum to be taught virtually and included in our curriculum guide, the KVIC virtual program of studies as collaboration between the K-RESA schools and Gull Lake schools. This board this evening will not be voting to approve the return to learn plan as posted on the PPS website that has the following options on the website for young 5 through 5, in-person, virtual, or KVIC Lincoln. The grades 6 through 12 will be 100% virtual at this time or virtual through Gull Lake teachers. A number of Southwest Michigan school boards have voted on their return to learn plan. Otsego board, hybrid, 6 foot apart and limited on class sizes. Battle Creek board voted 4-3 to return in person. Grand Rapids Public Schools voted virtually only. Lakeview board virtual plus posting some pre-recorded classes. Mattawan board voted virtually only. KPS.
Joanne, excuse me, why are we going through all this now?
I will tell you when I get to the last sentence. KPS will vote on 8/13 after 7 open meetings to approve their return to learn. Mr. President, can our agenda be revised to vote on approval of the return to learn plan? I know the answer.
The answer is yes, and that's action item number 4 to approve the preparedness plan.
But that is not the preparedness plan is different from the return to learn plan on our website that gives us the options as students have registered for classes. Our emails bulging is about the return to learn plan. We are not voting this evening on the return to learn plan. We are voting on, as you stated,
the preparedness plan, of which the return to learn plan is embedded.
And the KVIC program of studies. Thank you. When we get to that, we'll bump me through it. Thank you.
Are there any changes to the agenda as presented? Is there a motion, please? Page 3.
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the agenda as printed.
Is there a second?
Minus the.
Second the motion, Randy.
Thank you very much. This is a roll call vote, please, Barb.
Mr. Droppers,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson,
Yes.
Mr. Rathburn,
Yes.
Dr. Shelton Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Van Antwerp,
Yes.
Mrs. Navaria. Yes. Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion's approved and we'll proceed with our agenda as printed. And our next item is the superintendent's report. Mark?
Thank you, Randy. There's one item on the superintendent's report, and that's a update on our bond project budgets. Just our bond project. So I'm going to call on Ron Herron to give you an update on that. Ron?
Yes, good evening, board members. I'm here to present to you just a brief update for 8/12/2020 on construction projects. I'll start with Central Middle School. And I'd just like to make a statement overall before I get into that. It is without a doubt been a challenge to get to where we are today. And getting prepared for school, given all the circumstances that society and the construction world has dealt with through this COVID issue, and really am happy with where we are today. So I just wanted to say that up front. Central Middle School, our occupancy inspection is next week. We've had the inspectors in all during our project, so we see no issues with getting our temporary occupancy for next week to allow the building use. Central Middle School, the old Central Middle School demo is still being demoed. Is to be completed late next week to make way for the parking construction to start, which is scheduled to be completed in November. The new Central Middle School interior finishes are going on throughout, along with mechanical and electrical and plumbing finishes. Kitchen equipment is being started up this week in preparation for the beginning of school. So we're starting that equipment up. Classroom furniture and office furniture is to be installed next week. And we have final, those are already installed. I'm looking at West there. Those are already installed in that building. We have the final gym floor finishing this week. The last coat is being put on that floor this week. And the Centennial Park sidewalks have been completed, and they're installing the clock tower this week. The busing and parent drop-off plan has been shared with the community, and transportation is doing some practice runs this week. So those are all the activities at the Central Middle School campus. At West Middle School, again, we are having inspection next week for occupancy. Same thing applies as applied to Central Middle School. The office punch list is being completed this week. Terrazzo polishing was complete this week, will be completed this week as well. And if you didn't know, all the terrazzo in the building has been repolished. Flooring in the cafeteria is going down in the theater this week. Cabinet installation has been completed. Media center shelving along with classroom furniture is being delivered next week. That got delayed by a week by the manufacturer. So we're having to scramble to get those things in next week, but we'll be able to do it. And there's some science wing demoing that will be ongoing along with some bathrooms in the Science Commons that will not be complete, but will be separated from staff and students while we complete that activity. So, and then the last thing I have for you is the Northern Auditorium. Again, we've got masonry ongoing. The floor and elevated slab in the commons area in the locker rooms have been poured. Pool walls have been poured. And those forms will be taken off this Friday, and we'll start to backfill that pool area. Plumbing and electrical rough-ins for the bathrooms and locker rooms are ongoing, along with some additional underground mechanicals. And that's what I have for you. I also would like to add that not it for Dave Skinner and Marty Phelps would we be as far as we are. So I want to thank them publicly for all the work and dedication and really riding herd on all the activities that are going on in our construction world, along with a shout out to Amanda Howard for her persistence in getting our FF&E and equipment into those spaces. So those folks have been really diligent in trying to keep us on schedule. So that's all I have for you.
Well, thank you, Ron. It sure is good news that those buildings are going to open on time. We've had some questions from citizens about that, and hats off to you and your folks for making up for all that lost time during the shutdown. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, Ron, Kurt Droppers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and I would have asked you, before, but hey, I saw you took the fence down in front of around the old soccer field at North, Middle, or Northern High School. Is a new fence going up, or what are you doing there?
Yeah, new fence is going up. We lost a vendor during this COVID who was supposed to put it up, so it's being rescheduled to be put up.
Okay. It looks good down, but I didn't know what your plans were.
It'll look good new as well.
Right.
The old fence was an eyesore. I will say that.
Thank you.
Yes.
There's nothing else, Randy, for this part of the meeting for me.
Okay, Mark, thank you. We'll move to our comments and communications section. And first is comments by citizens. I just want to let everyone know that we've received a number of letters from parents and teachers over the past week, 10 days or whatever. And board members have processed those. We have 51 citizen comments tonight. Board members have received them in advance, and I think most of us have had a chance to read them. Following our procedures, we're going to do public comment for about 30 minutes before we move into our agenda and make up the rest of those comments at the end of the agenda. And with that, I'll turn it over to our readers, Marshall Karpinski.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Beeling, trustees. I'll get started right away here. Our first comment comes from Leah and Scott Garrison, 8514 Plover Drive, Kalamazoo, Michigan, 49009. Dear Superintendent Beeling and Portage Public School trustees, we are writing out of concern for the current Return to Learn plan that was communicated to our PPS district families on July 31st, 2020. In 2017, we moved to the Kalamazoo area from an IB school in the Netherlands, and we chose Portage because of its strong school system and IB opportunities, as well as providing a learning culture with high expectations for all. We are asking that you reconsider the current back to school plan for the sake of not only our children, but all the other families who chose in person as their option in the recent back to school parent survey. Our concerns lie both in regards to academics and the social and emotional health and well-being of our Portage children who have been away from their peers and teachers since March 13th. Academically, we would like more information on what PPS has done over the course of the past 4+ months that will allow for a successful virtual learning experience for our kids. How will things be different than they were in March to June. Spring learning was, at best, a filler of time and not an advancement of education. What has PPS done specifically to prepare for a 100% virtual commitment to learning? Have our teachers been trained in new technology and systems, as well as ways to engage in a virtual school, which will allow for seamless teaching and interaction? Just as important, we would like more information on how PPS plans to address the need for social, emotional, and extracurricular engagement. The current plan offers a space to be in collectively while being educated virtually. This is simply moving the current situation from the home to a sterile and personal conference room environment. We need to prioritize the mental health of our children, just as we need to prioritize the physical health of the students and staff. We implore you to contemplate how an all-virtual system with seemingly little to no preparation will affect these children long-term academically and emotionally. While we understand how complicated and stressful these decisions must be for the school board and the PPS staff, we're asking for a reconsideration of a hybrid model, like what other school districts in Michigan are preparing to do this fall. Taking the safety precautions laid out in the governor's Return to Learn plan, we know there is a successful solution in a hybrid model that will not only offer benefit to our children, but keep our school staff safe. Thank you for your time. Our next comment is from Amy Guy, 5133 Burning Tree Road, Kalamazoo, 49009. Dear Superintendent and Portage Public School Trustees. Portage Public Schools' mission is to educate all students to achieve their potential. Its vision is an exceptional, continuously improving learning culture with high expectations committed to all. As I ponder these words and overlay them against the Return to Learn virtual options presented to me as the parent of a senior enrolled in the International Baccalaureate Diploma Program, I am stuck by the incongruencies. I do not think the options are conducive to an exceptional learning culture, nor do I understand how my daughter or her peers can reach their potential. I'm asking you to please consider implementing a hybrid model with some in-person instruction to allow students in grades 6 through 12 the opportunity to engage with teachers and peers. Adopting a strictly virtual learning model makes it extremely difficult for my child and classmates to successfully master IB/HL chemistry, for example, a course that spans 2 hours of her schedule and whose content she will be tested over at the end of the school year. As stated in the IB Chemistry Guide, integral to the experience of students is their experience in the classroom, laboratory, or in the field. These experiences provide students with the opportunity to design investigations, collect data, develop manipulative skills, analyze results, collaborate with peers, and evaluate and communicate their findings. Unfortunately, for IB students in the PPS, the proposed model will hinder these in-person experiences. They will still be held accountable for the standards set forth by IB. While I know PBS teachers are dedicated and creative, students are disadvantaged with virtual learning, especially when many other IB districts throughout Michigan are offering hybrid and 5-day in-person classes. Many of these same arguments hold true for the other subject matters and AP classes that affect hundreds of PPS secondary students. I realize the decisions before you are complicated and you have many stakeholders to appease. I know people have very real concerns about health and safety. As a faculty member in higher education, I understand these concerns as I head into the classroom this fall. I do, however, feel confident that best practices have been established and that PPS can follow these measures to keep teachers, staff, and students safe. By adopting a hybrid model with a portion of students present while others are learning at home, we can socially distance and allow for vibrant in-person learning and engagement that supports social emotional well-being. More importantly, we will know we are exceptional and we have indeed helped our students reach their potential. Sincerely. Our next comment comes from Laura Martin. She lives at 5593 Bob White Avenue, Kalamazoo, 49009. We appreciate the work PPS has put in this summer to provide the option of full virtual for the 2020-2021 school year. However, we would like to further consideration of an in-person instruction, which is key to student learning and diversity of thought. Here are some examples of the benefits of in-person instruction over full virtual. Ability of instructors, real time to engage students' understanding of presented materials by reading facial expressions, body language, and engagement. Modifications can quickly be made to enhance learning, avoid confusion, and respond to students' learning needs. Pre-recorded videos, Zoom/live Zoom calls have limited ability to observe nonverbal cues. Better focus and engagement of students due to limited distractions. Students have an anonymity that comes in a virtual setting where they can more easily daydream, multitask, check distracting phones, etc. In-person teachers can better hold the students accountable. Crucial classroom discussion to develop and challenge the students' understanding. My children have both remarked that through in-class discussion, they have heard teachers' and peers' thoughts and ideas that challenged their opinion and understanding, leading to either a different conclusion or a gained appreciation for alternative viewpoints. This is a crucial component of education and leads to better diversity of thought, ability to hear and understand alternate points of view, and practice discussing challenging issues. I hope that PPS can engage teachers and parents to find a workable solution to ensure significant benefits of in-person teaching that can happen at the start of this school year. Thank you for your time and consideration. Our next one comes from Darcy Hoff at 32055 Woodhams Avenue in Portage, 49002. The Portage Public School website states the following at the very top in bold letters. Our vision to be an exceptionally continuously improving learning culture with high expectations committed to all. My family chose the Portage community for our children to attend Portage Public Schools. We moved out of the Portage district but have continued to apply for school of choice each year. We do this because we believe our children receive the highest quality level of education from the highly qualified teachers in our district. The term essential workers is truly encompassing. It is the healthcare workers, it is grocery store employees, it is gas attendants. It is honestly anyone that continues to keep our community from collapsing. Teachers are essential workers. Education is the key to every child's future. We know how important and impactful teachers are to our children's education and future. In my opinion, the current proposed Return to Learn plan does not embrace Portage Public School vision. If our district is to continue to be an exceptional, continuously improving learning culture with high expectations, this cannot be done with grades 6 through 12 students learning virtually the entire school week. If students are at home, they are not part of the culture that makes Portage such an amazing school. It is interaction with teachers to ask questions, interact with their peers, and grow in many ways socially and emotionally. Having students attend school and learn virtually in the facility may offset some of the concerns stated above. However, that is where I'm confused. The plan does not detail whether there will be teachers on site in their classrooms. The plan does not detail how these students or where these students will be learning online, in classrooms, the commons, the gym, what classes will or will not be offered. There are many different back-to-school plans being implemented across Michigan. One size does not fit all. I am writing this letter to ask the board to please reconsider the Return to Learn plan to include a hybrid model that combines both in-person and virtual learning. A hybrid model would allow for 6th to 12th grade classes to meet at least twice a week for each student. I feel that the students having face-to-face instruction, they will be more engaged and prepared to learn virtually the rest of the week when they are not in school. The social and emotional impact could also be lessened by allowing these students back into the classroom. Without offering some kind of hybrid in-person instruction, it will be very difficult to stand behind the vision statement. Our next comment is some questions from Gary Myers, who lives at 1465 Sarasota Trail in Portage, 49002. What is the cost to the school district for the Google Classroom deployment now and future? Is there or will there be a charge to families for the continued use of the platform? What other platforms have you evaluated? Why did you select Google Classroom? Thank you. Our next comment comes from Amanda Underwood. She just gave her email address, and she states, I would like the following read at the Tuesday meeting. I've been frustrated and stressed out this last month trying to wrap my head around kids going back to school and what that would look like. I keep thinking that once I saw the plan, I would at least be able to make some rational decisions. However, I have instead spent the last 2 weeks doubling down on that stress, losing sleep, and just crying because no option is a good option for us. I have sent emails to administration, secretaries, and principals. I even went to the administration building. Staff is all working remotely. Why waste the resources for an empty building? I've had 2 responses, and all of those only giving me a sliver of the information I need and really just a band-aid of a concept they are working on. I contacted another district to see what plans they have. I sent one email, and the superintendent emailed me back within a few hours to set up a time to call me so he could make sure I got all of my questions answered, knowing I do not have kids enrolled in his district. I had assumed that all schools are chasing tails and still trying to figure it all out and backed up, so it would take time to get back to parents. It's not. I'm at a loss over the poor communication a district can give to its community. I tried to give them grace under the circumstances. This experience has been incredibly disheartening. Thank you. Our next comment comes from Amy Makanowski, who lives at 7266 Brindle Trail, Kalamazoo, 09. Please continue to provide an in-person option for those of us that feel this is the best option for our family. There are many of us that feel the virtual options do not provide an adequate learning platform for our children and feel they learn better face-to-face. In addition, daycares are not set up to support the virtual options proposed, so please continue to provide working parents with an option that allows our children to get an education. I understand there is no perfect plan, and I'm glad choices have been offered. I would like more details of the actual plan, including proposed class size and how the classrooms are being set up. I know we are all interested in learning more about what is being done to keep the students and teachers safe if there's anything we can do to support the teachers and the schools. If parents do not feel comfortable with face-to-face instruction, they should choose one of the virtual options. Is the pandemic plan posted? What happens if there's positive cases? How will it be determined who else potentially affected, and what will that mean for the students and their families? In conclusion, I continue to support the schools and the plans as proposed. I do feel we all need more information so we can be comfortable with the choice we're making for our families. There's no simple answer, so we all need to work together to keep everyone safe while providing students with a quality education. Sincerely. Our next comment comes from Meredith Owen Pardani. She's at 7612 Bramblewood Drive in Kalamazoo, 09. I'm the parent of an incoming first grader at 12th Street Elementary. I'm writing to express deep concern with both the options being presented to parents and the communication throughout. This process has been light on details and transparency. We need to make informed choices and advocate for our children. Safety of not only students, but our whole community needs to be driving the board's decision. In-person learning without drastically limiting class sizes and interaction is a public health hazard. My first grader, like most, does not have the impulse control to limit interaction and distance himself from friends and teachers. His kindergarten class last year was full of shared tables and spaces working side by side with friends. The children and teachers in that environment will bring home germs to parents, caregivers, grandparents. Those parents will take it to the grocery store and their workplace. The opening of in-person classrooms will lead to a community outbreak. And with that, classes will quarantine, schools will close, and families you're trying to accommodate will see no benefit in this push to reopen. Unless you can guarantee that spaces have already been made safe with proper distancing, a plan to limit class size, new furniture, rigorous professional cleaning, and adequate PPE and masks to serve teachers and students all year, we are not ready for in-person learning, and the community spread will be on your hands and our school reputations. With that, we need a robust plan for online learning, and many parents like myself are still waiting for answers to our most basic questions. My 6-year-old is not capable of sitting at a computer from 8:40 to 3:40 with limited breaks. The guidelines for homeschooling at this age generally recommend 45 to 90 minutes. We need instruction from virtual specific teachers not connected to in-person classrooms, which is something I have seen suggested but have not received a specific answer about. Our students need lessons early in the day with time to do self-paced work later. They need to work on paper, not to sit on the computer. They need time to go outside, play, and tend to mental health. Neither option presented to parents aligns with surveys sent or promises made for a safe, quality return to education. At this point, I am unable to make a choice because I do not have confidence in what the administration has presented us thus far. Please keep our kids and communities safe and strongly consider the teacher's request to start with virtual instruction and use that time to strengthen all the plans. Otherwise, families like myself will be looking at options outside of PPS to ensure safety and success of our kids. Thank you. Our next comment is from Douglas Gartner. Hello, my name is Douglas Gartner, and I live at 6259 Village Creek Circle, Portage, 49024. I'm the founding member of the Portage Parents for a Safe Learning Environment, a Facebook group formed with the sole purpose to educate PPS stakeholders of the importance of 100% safety in our school buildings during this unprecedented time. As a school leader and teacher in the state of Michigan, I have the same education, training, and experience as the administrators that are currently serving the PPS district. I'm concerned that there is a false sense of safety being created by our current school leaders. Maslow's hierarchy of needs teaches all of us that all humans need biological needs: food, water, shelter, safety and security, love and belongingness, esteem, and self-actualization. All learning takes place in the esteem portion. To get to the esteem, students and staff need to have the lower three levels met first. How can kids learn if they're worried about contracting COVID? How can kids learn if they can't see their teachers smile or have help with a math problem, or give them a high five, hug, first fist bump? How can staff focus on instruction when they're worried about their safety? As a teacher, I have worried about things like, will I be able to put my daughter to bed at night? Or will I be able to walk my daughters down the aisle? You have staff worrying about all of this and more. The Marzano Research Laboratory released the Marzano Levels of School Effectiveness as a guide for schools to follow to create a culture of learning with rigor. Level 1 is entitled A Safe and Orderly Environment that Supports Cooperation and Collaboration. Bullet 1, the faculty and staff perceive the school environment as safe and orderly. Bullet 2, students, parents, and the community perceive the school's environment as safe and orderly. Dr. Jill Biden, PhD in education, recently stated about the COVID pandemic, learning first and foremost has to be safe. The Kalamazoo County Health Department has conveyed to PPS administration that any face-to-face instruction will result in positive COVID cases. If we look at Haverhill, student population of about 370, at 1%, that equates to 4 students testing positive. Each of those can infect 9+ people, and the rate of infection continues from there. It's time to vote 100% remote learning for the first marking period and allow families and staff to prepare and train accordingly. Do it for our kids. Thank you. Our next comment comes from Erica Ford. She lives at 1811 Laurelwood Avenue. Thank you for offering in-person education for the elementary school and the in-school option for the middle and high school. 100% virtual education may work for the vast majority of Portage's affluent community. However, there are many families in our area who do not have internet access or computers. How will these children be able to do their schoolwork? Many families have both parents working outside the home and cannot afford to have someone stay home. What about the single moms and dads? 100% virtual learning is not equitable. Just because it works for most of the families in the district does not make it an option for many other families. Every student deserves the same education regardless of economic status. Our next comment comes from Lisa Vanderwall. Her comment is quite lengthy, so I have limited it to the 450 word limit. I know and appreciate everyone is working hard to develop a plan for what school will look like in these unprecedented times. These have been stressful for those of you making the decisions and families, but do you really understand how stressful thinking going about back to the classroom actually is when safety cannot be guaranteed? I know administrators will do as much as they can to keep all safe, but the numbers are against us. 100,000 children have tested positive in the last 2 weeks of July, and this is prior to school starting. It is inevitable that the numbers will increase with face-to-face learning. The county health officials have said any form of face-to-face instruction will result in positive cases. This is not acceptable. There should be no flying by the seat of our pants, figuring out safety protocols, or figuring it out as you go. Teachers, staff, and families are left with so many questions with no solid answers, no reassurance. There's not time to make a plan that ensures 100% safety of staff, children, and families. Who will accept responsibility when there is a death of a teacher, student, or family member because providing an environment that is 100% safe isn't possible? We can catch up on learning if needed, but we can never recover a life lost in our community. And it's not the loss of life. It could be exorbitant medical bills or long-term health issues, which are still being researched. With such a long rate of recovery, Are you prepared to personally substitute in classrooms since there's already a shortage? So many questions and unknowns that have no clear answers. Teaching won't be the same. The classroom won't be the same. People want to see their kids back in school for social interaction, and that's not going to be the same. They will have to stay apart. They will not be able to work in groups of 12. They will not get comfort when needed. I worry so much about the harmful effects this environment will have on their mental health, not to mention the mental health of the teachers who know they have to go against best practices for safety reasons. The plan is nowhere near perfect, nor do I believe it can be right now. Time is ticking and we are spending all of our energy trying to figure out how to make face-to-face safe without 100% guarantee. If it's not 100%, it needs to be virtual, period. Other districts have announced their virtual plans so teachers can move forward and focus on planning how to do that with the best of their ability. Our next comment comes from Ashley Curtis, 1601 Greenview Avenue in Portage, Michigan. Dear members of the board, I'm writing this letter from the perspective of a parent of a Portage elementary student as well as an elementary teacher in the district. We know this situation is difficult for everyone involved. We are all making hard choices. When there seems not to be a clear-cut answer and things are changing minute by minute. However, while I understand the complexity of the choice to return elementary students back to school, I do not feel it is the right choice. I think, above all else, we need to remember our first and foremost important objective is to keep kids safe. One argument is that kids don't get sick from this virus. The reality is we don't know because you recall we shut down schools in March when we had less cases than we currently have today. It is not just that, but if my child or myself gets sick and brings the virus home unknowingly and infects close family members who may have a more severe reaction, my son and I will have to deal with that emotional pain the rest of our lives. As an employee, I don't feel safe returning to my classroom as the plan has been proposed now. Initially, we were surveyed on potential scenarios for face-to-face, all of them being hybrid options. I was somewhat more comfortable with these options primarily because of the ability to social distance students in a classroom setting. Having the possibility of 20 plus students in one room scares me. Last school year, there was an illness that spread to just about every classroom in my building. We know germs spread more rapidly in this environment. Students are going to be uncomfortable being in a classroom with no AC in my building, for example, and they will still be expected to wear masks all day. It is my understanding we won't be able to use fans the way we have in the past to keep at least the air circulating. All of these things will affect the learning environment for our students. While kids are extremely resilient, and I know we all want to get back to normal, we are simply not there. That is why we need a 100% remote virtual start. Respectfully, Ashley Kurtz. Our next comment is from Catherine Miller. It's also a Portage member, Portage teacher. My name is Catherine Miller, and I'm the parent of a recent PCHS graduate, as well as the parent of a sophomore at PCHS. I created the elementary Spanish program for the district 10 years ago and have taught elementary Spanish as an encore class ever since. I'm writing out of concern for the safety of my students, as well as for my colleagues and myself. Based on the past years, my typical work week would entail teaching at 7 different elementary schools and teaching 31 different classes Spanish at varying levels. I would travel from classroom to classroom on a cart and would teach over 800 students in 1 week. I am not comfortable with the Return to Learn program that the district has presented for the elementary schools. The current plan does not guarantee the necessary 6 feet of social distancing between students and staff, nor the proper ventilation in our older elementary buildings. Recent research has shown that elementary students can have severe complications when infected by COVID-19 or can be asymptomatic carriers who spread the disease to others unwittingly. With traveling to so many different schools and classrooms, I come into contact with more than 800 students, and my fear is that I would accidentally carry COVID-19 into these classrooms, infecting my colleagues as well as my students. With the current positivity rate in our county, I feel that the only safe option for the fall is online instruction for elementary students until the COVID positivity rate for COVID-19 is much lower. Thank you for your time. Our next comment comes from Rhonda Jan at 57827 Territorial Road in Lawrence, Michigan. To all school board members of the Portage Public Elementary Schools, all lives matter, they do. I was raised around educators and I have respect for the profession so much that I became a teacher. I worked with children for almost 28 years. I had many people around me, my father, my brother, and my daughter, who were involved in education and knew the importance of keeping children safe. A brain will not learn well as if it feels uncomfortable or unsafe. There are voices of wisdom that have underlying children's hierarchy of needs. Safety is at the top. All lives matter. My grandsons, a wonderful young man who attends a lower elementary school in your school system. I am writing this letter to ask you to please reconsider your plan to allow students to return to face-to-face learning this fall. These students are at your mercy, trusting that you are watching out for them. The decisions you make will affect them for the next year and beyond. Will your decisions provide safety? Please ask yourselves if you've made the best choice in the lives of your elementary students. After all, you will look in the mirror each morning. Will you feel you have made the correct choice? Respectfully. And this will be our last one for the moment as we're coming up on 30 minutes. It is from Grayson Daring, and I apologize if I did not pronounce that name correctly. Good afternoon. I have several questions about the elementary return to learn plan. We are a high-risk house, and this decision has been made even harder for us with the elementary plan. I have been told several times that this plan came from the parent feedback survey on the return to learn survey. When my husband and I filled out that survey, we were under the assumption that it was for a hybrid model. Most parents I have talked to in Portage were under the same assumption. I've also been told this plan was to accommodate working parents so kids wouldn't be exposed to more kids at daycare. With the current return to learn plan, kids are only at school Monday through Thursday, so they're still exposed to that outside group of kids at childcare on Fridays. Today I was contacted by a friend who told me she is pulling her 4 children from Portage and sending them to Oakland Academy. She is a loyal Portage parent, but just didn't like how there were no real answers. I know many of the questions are hard to answer right now because we don't know the numbers, but as a parent making this decision is based on numbers. It would be nice if the district could give an estimate or explain what their ideal situation would be. I am not only a parent, but also a teacher in the district. At the high school level, we are told we have no in-person contact with our students, even if they're in the building because it's not safe. But the elementary school teachers are expected to be in full classes. I know that everyone is banking on half of the parents choosing virtual, and then the classes will be smaller for the teachers. That does not make things safer for the teachers or equitable between the buildings when we know some buildings will have more return than others. As a secondary teacher, I feel confident about the back-to-school plan at the secondary level, and I'm happy to describe and defend it to the secondary parents. I'm at a loss of what to say when other parents ask me about the elementary plan. I'm also usually so proud to be a PPS parent and teacher, but this plan has left me feeling confused and frustrated. Sincerely.
Very good, Michelle. Thank you very much. We'll move now to comments by board trustees. Are there any comments this evening?
Randy, I'll start off. As you can see from my early agenda remarks that I feel this board should vote on the return to learn plan. I understand that the preparedness plan is required by the state. The board has had a deluge of emails from community members, parents, teachers, and even students. I assume that the emails that Michelle is reading now has come in by communication through our portal. This is not an easy decision and perhaps no right answers until we proceed and assess as we go. But what cost to students, teachers, bus drivers, maintenance, and cafeteria workers to acquire COVID or 14 days of worrisome quarantine? My very personal view is that young 5s to 5th we could set a minimum, more than the minimum state requirement, enhanced 6-foot distancing in smaller classrooms that was proposed earlier. Would that enhancement provide a different outcome to return to school by our students and teachers? We'll never know. That option is not out there. Yes, as one of our parents just said, young 5s and Ks, how will you stop the sharing of toys, crayons, party kitchen items, blocks, and books throughout the day. I do feel that this group needs to be socialized. And yes, K is the new first kindergarten. You can see daycares snatch these toys out of the kids' hands and put them in a bucket to be bleached at the end of the day. I don't understand how our teachers are going to handle young 5s and Ks. We've also allowed, per the state requirements, for no temperature checks. How easy is it that each classroom teacher have a touchless thermometer and take temps as the students enter their classroom? Teachers fear both ways, that they will contract or give COVID to our elementary students. We've already had a sample at the high school level with a FERPA notice on students that have already tested positive. Why 6/12 virtual? Why should we all be virtual for the first 45 days only? The return to plan has many FAQ questions. Our elementary parents are asking on a per case basis their principals. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hey, Randy, it's Rusty. I'd like to go next if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
I just want to bring up a topic I bring up every meeting, so sorry to bore you all, but you know, I still hope, I'm excited that we're recalling teachers tonight on the agenda. That's really exciting news because that was a very sad motion we had to make. Our budget's improving slightly, it appears. I hope this board and administration will still consider the implementation of middle school sports. A lot of what we're talking about regarding trying to get back to in-class district-wide is for social and emotional support. And I think those middle schoolers are kind of tweeners. I think high school kids are a little bit more solid. We understand elementary kids, the reasons we want to give them that option is for social, emotional, and for better learning experience. But I just really feel sports, middle school sports will help gap that social emotional need for the young kids in our district, especially the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. They need it, and I certainly hope administration still considers trying to put middle school sports back on in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sure, I'll go.
Okay, Terry.
All right. I just want to thank the people that served on the Return to Learn committee, the administrators, teachers, parents. I know that there were a lot of people who volunteered to be on that group involvement, and there just weren't enough spaces for everyone to participate. So I want to assure especially parents that you weren't ignored, that there were just too many people willing and interested in doing it. I also want to assure people that in doing this, our administrators are going by the science in order to put these plans together. And that includes information from the American Academy of Pediatrics, Dr. Fauci, and our own governor's guidelines, which are being followed. As someone said in their letter, for 5 months, we've had access to essential services, things like medical services, our postal services, groceries, pharmacies. All of these people have gone to work to take care of us. And I think we all know that education's essential to the long-term health of our students and their families, and as well as our communities. For several years, we've spent a lot of time in school talking about ACEs. That's an acronym for something called Adverse Childhood Experiences, if you haven't heard of that before. These are traumatic events that actually affect children's long-term health and success. And in my opinion, COVID is one of those for everyone. 25% of our students live in poverty. And this means that for most of those students, they may not have adequate supports for at-home learning. Parents have been given choices in order that their children may learn in the situation that works best for their families. And I want to also say that if we went to 100% virtual, I think that those 25% of kids, the divide would be considerably greater between those that achieve and those that don't. So choices are there for parents to make what they're comfortable with, and education is essential.
Thank you, Terry. Any other trustee comments?
Randy, this is Bo. Just a really brief one now, and then I'll hold other thoughts until later. We've gotten a tremendous amount of emails from parents, teachers, members of the community over the past, week or 10 days on this issue. All thoughtful, all raising good points, all valuable. And this is a difficult issue, and people see it from different ways. But I just want to extend my appreciation to all those who wrote us. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. Anyone else? Okay, I'd just like to give a quick shout out to the graduating classes of 2020 at Northern and Central. Their graduations were held last week. It was a first because both were in a parking lot, but both were successful. And we want to wish all of our graduates the best and thank our high schools for putting together a graduation program that works for these times. Thank you very much. We have a board committee report from Joanne.
Thanks, Randy. I'm chair of the audit committee, and I have been contacted by Raymond James that the audit this year will be virtual beginning August 24th. Paula, I don't know if you have a business manager at this point in time, but we need to back off and give Paula some room for the next 2 weeks starting August 24th. I want to inform the board that I have been appointed to the MASB Government Relations Committee, one of only 2 committees MASB has, to represent 9 counties in Southwest Michigan that includes Van Buren, Kalamazoo, and Calhoun. This 18-person board works with our lobbies to recommend pending legislation to the MAS Board of Directors. I encourage the board to allow me to take your temperature on certain pending legislation in the months to come. Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Joanne. We'll move to our consent agenda. Are there any exceptions to the consent agenda as presented? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved, and we'll move to our first action item, which is to approve the layoff recalls. And I believe Brad's going to help us with this one.
Well, good evening, trustees, and certainly happy to be in front of you tonight than I was at our last meeting when we were laying off some of these folks. But we, with the good budget news we received out of Lansing about a week and a half ago now, we know that our budget deficit for the 1920 school year will not be what we projected it was to be. So that is allowing us to immediately recall these 23 teachers back into the district. I will also let the board know that we are also in the process of starting our recall process on some of our additional paras and folks like that as well. So this is what I am hopeful to be the first of the recall memos that you'll be approving, and that our meeting on the 24th will bring additional names to you to get back in the classroom before we begin on August 31st.
Very good. That's very good news, Brad. Thank you. Are there any questions for Brad? Okay, can we have a motion, please, on page 15?
I'll make the motion. President Van Antwerp, I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution for the recall of teachers as presented.
And I second that motion.
Thank you, Celeste. Roll call vote, please, Barb.
Mrs. Wilson,
Get that microphone unmuted. Yes.
Mr. Rathburn,
Yes.
Dr. Shelton Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Van Antwerp,
Yes.
Mrs. Navarro,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Droppers.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion is approved. Our next action item is to approve policy revisions. And is there a motion, please, on page 17?
Mr. President, I move that the Board of Education approve the policy revisions as presented.
I'll second
please.
it.
Thank you, Rusty. Mark, is there any background?
This policy revision is basically driven by Title IX, and it causes the elimination of one of our policies, which is policy 5517, sexual violence. We're rescinding that policy, and this replaces it. School districts, not only school districts, but post-secondary institutions and other entities are required to adopt new language by August 14th of this year, and staff training has to take place on this policy, which has begun at our with the people who are primarily administering the policy. But that's just kind of a high-level introduction to that. If you have any questions, I'm sure Brad has been intimately involved in the development of this policy, and I'm sure he'd be happy to answer questions if there are any.
Are there any questions for Brad or Mark? Very good, Barb. This is a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Rathburn,
Yes.
Dr. Shelton Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Van Antwerp,
Yes.
Mrs. Novaria,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Droppers,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. The policy revisions are approved. Our next action item is to approve the Kavic program of studies. Is there a motion, please?
President Van Antwerp, I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
President Van Antwerp, I move that the Board of Education has reviewed and approves the PPS K-12 program studies as presented by administration. The board authorizes all courses in the PPS K-12 program of studies to be delivered in virtual or remote format. Further, the Board of Education has also reviewed and approves the Kavic course catalog, which includes courses provided through the Michigan Virtual and Lincoln Learning, and the board authorizes administration to include Kavic course catalog as part of the PPS K-12 course catalog.
Thanks, Rusty. Is there a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Kurt. Mark?
Sure. Thank you, Randy. So this motion actually does three things. Number one, it allows us to offer the courses that are in our program of studies. First of all, it approves the program of study courses and then allows us to teach that virtually. And then also incorporates the Kavic program of studies into our documents so that students have access to those. The Kavic offerings stem from a memorandum of understanding that was entered into by the local districts in Kalamazoo County that make up KRESA and signed on by all of the superintendents in the county. So this action allows us to move into both the PPS virtual environment as well as the option that allows families access to Kavic. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about that.
Any questions for Mark?
Joanne's got her hand up, Randy.
Sorry.
Yes, if anybody is looking at the document on the board, the 29-page contract of the KVIC, you'll see the following cover letter by Mark. It's been quite a while since the Portage Public School Board has approved the curriculum and what they call the program of studies book from young 5s to age 12. So as I understand this, we are improving the virtual and the remote format and adding the KVIC catalog. I am not an educator. Does the KVIC course catalog, you can sort through 29 pages, fulfill the PPS requirements on our program of studies? Specifically, as an example, is Spanish 1 at the middle school level taught by KVISC fulfills the requirement of Spanish 1 if the same class is taught by a PPS teacher? Mark, your last paragraph says it all in your recommendation. You are not asking the board for approval. You've already signed the KRESA KVIC document. My top concern is what attorney prepared this document and has our PPS lawyer Troon reviewed and approved it. The contract calls for support of PPS employees. These are our contracted employees. They cannot be jobbed out to Gull Lake. I see this as a contract in violation to be sorted out by lawyers in the NLRB. KPS teachers have already led the way requesting a legal position of this contract. Furthermore, what you cannot see in this document, Mark, is you've entered into an agreement that bargains away approximately 35% of our foundation allowance to the KVIC program, an additional unknown cost to the district that includes educational kits, guaranteed a Chromebook and internet access by having PPS students obtain education through the KVIC method. Thank you.
I think the one question I heard in there is around attorney reviewing it. This memorandum of understanding was developed by Troon Law Firm, attorneys within True Law Firm, which represents the district. So our legal counsel has reviewed that and feels that this is a document that is okay for us to use.
And I don't see Troon's name on page 29, so I appreciate that comment, Mark. I also look back to 10 years ago when KRESA adjudicated a fine against Gull Lake Schools for $409,000 for sloppy accounting on their foundation allowance. I see that our staff is responsible for that task.
Mark, this is a pilot program, correct?
Yes, it was. It came about earlier this summer. Our discussions began around this document and trying to find a way that we could quickly mobilize a online program for students who desired that. It's not something that we're promoting. We believe that the PPS virtual program that we put together, or in the process of putting together, is aligned with our curriculum and is a better option for parents. But this is put in place probably similar to any other fee-based programs that we have in the county. Our EFE, EFA programs, in some cases, are fee-based. Certainly, the CAMSI program is a program that we're paying to have delivered by through KPS. So this is a one-year pilot program that positioned us so that we could offer something online for those families that desired it. And we will evaluate it. We do have some of our teachers at the elementary and secondary level being trained so they can deliver content. We also have responsible for providing mentor staff to supplement the learning that they'll be doing online. So I guess that's all. That's my answer to your question there, Randy.
Hey, Randy, it's Rusty here. I'd like to just make a real quick comment. I'm sorry. I would just like to acknowledge what the district's doing here in my thoughts. It appears that, some people, PPS doesn't have a lot of experience virtual. I think we're going to put together a very high quality program. Some people aren't comfortable sending their kids into a building. And I think this Kavic option gives families an opportunity to do something different where they can still remain virtual. At the same time, there's a cost for the district, but also at the same time, we're still capturing part of the foundation allowance. and allowing these students to still be part of the public school. For understand, they still get to participate in athletics. There, you know, so for families that want to try something a little different, I see a lot of positives to this program. I agree with Mark. You know, it's not something we're actively promoting. I think when he put in 200, when the administration put in 200 kids per district or 200 kids per instructor, I think they're warning families, hey, this, in their opinion, this isn't the best program, but for people who want this, it's probably a pretty good virtual program. So I really appreciate administration's thoughtfulness in adding this to the program.
Yeah, Rusty, thanks. I concur with your comments, and I really appreciate the cooperation between all the districts in the county, K-RESA, and especially Gull Lake, that is making this option available for us. If that cooperation hadn't occurred, we wouldn't have been able to offer an option like this to our families. So hats off to the Soups and everybody who put this together. Are there any other questions for Mark?
Yeah, just one comment. You know, I think what we've heard so far from all the community is they want choices, and this is a choice, you know, and so we're sort of delivering what our parents want are different choices, because everybody doesn't see this whole thing the same way.
Very true, Kurt. Any other comments from trustees? Hey, Barb, this is a roll call vote, please.
Dr. Shelton Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Van Antwerp,
Yes.
Mrs. Navaria,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Droppers,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson,
No. Comment,
Rath-
the NLRB outcome.
Mr. Rathburn,
Yes.
Thank you very much, Barb. The motion passes. The Kavic program is approved. Thank you. The next action item we have is to approve the preparedness plan. Is there a motion, please? It's on page 50.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'd like to make the following motion that the Board of Education approve the preparedness plan for 2020-21 as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Mark.
Thank you, Randy. As you know, Governor's Executive Order 2020-142 that requires every school district to develop and adapt a COVID-19 preparedness plan that is informed by the Michigan Return to School Roadmap. The plan requirements are outlined in that executive order, and that plan is being submitted to the board for approval. That this plan meets the requirements of that executive order and must be approved by the board by August 15th. In turn, we need to submit this plan to the ISDs, to our local ISD by August 17th, and then the ISDs forward the plan to the state superintendent of instruction and the state treasurer. And then we also have to post this approved preparedness plan on the homepage of our website at that same time. The plan that we'll be presenting you this evening was developed by our district's Return to Learn planning team and informed by the vision created to guide this work, as well as the 12 planning teams that were created to process the input, to do the research, and to facilitate further input was provided through staff and parent surveys and our focus group meetings. The teams were guided by the state and federal level communications, health department officials, K-RESA staff, and documents that were provided by various professional organizations. We developed a framework for the plan and shared that with the community and staff on July 31st of this year. And then we released more detailed information to the public the following week, much of which is included in the preparedness plan. This plan takes into account the top 3 issues that we heard from our parents, that being safety and health, social emotional engagement and support, and rigorous instructions, as well as I mentioned before, the vision that was created for this work. We recognize as we develop this plan that there are many different opinions about the plan. There is no one-size-fits-all plan that we can present to the board for approval. Families are in different situations, students are in different situations, staff members are in different situations, and everyone has their own comfort level about many of the practices and protocols that we're putting into the plan. It's impossible to present a plan that will be acceptable to everyone. However, this plan represents a lot of hard work by many individuals and what we believe is a responsible plan that allows us to begin the 2021 school year. And with that introduction, I call on Dr. Pasco and Mike Huber, who will guide you through our preparedness plan and answer board member questions. Gentlemen?
Yep. Good evening, Superintendent Beelang and trustees. Mr. Huber and I are here tonight to present the main components of the 2021 Return to Learn Preparedness Plan for the board to review and approve. We hope you had the opportunity to watch the videos and some of that information that was sent out last week, as well as read through the plan that was submitted to the board. Like Mark said, we realize no plan can meet all of the needs of our families and our students, but we feel we may have developed a plan that does its best to meet as many of those needs as possible. It's based on the feedback we received from parent and staff surveys and from all the incredible work that was done over the summer by our RTL facilitators, our Return to Learn teams, our focus groups, and that included parents, that included some students. So, we just want to say thank you to everyone who participated and contributed their time and expertise over the summer months. I just want you to know it's much appreciated from all of us that were involved in those processes. So our goal tonight is to share some of the elements from our RTL plan. Some of the stuff that you saw in the videos will be embedded because, like Randy said, all of this is embedded in the preparedness plan. We will highlight some specific elements in the plan, why we're selecting these options, and do our best to make the connection to our preparedness plan with what you see in the slides today. We'll also be answering some of the common questions that have been brought to our attention from parents, staff, and even board trustees over the last week or so. We want to take a deeper dive into those areas. Three key components that were part of some of our further conversation over the past 2 weeks really focused on safety and hygiene in our buildings, our response to potential and verified COVID cases was a big conversation, and then our daily student schedule, what that looks like both for in-person and for virtual. So we've mentioned this before, but we created a vision statement to kind of guide our work through the summer. It was focused on equity, safety, flexibility, and of course, the social emotional well-being of all members of our school community. This model and approach to instruction this fall provides us a large amount of flexibility for families and students throughout the system. Our values that emerged, again, we stated this in the video that gathered from our PPS families, educators, administration, which ultimately kind of served as the heart of this plan. Those values were social emotional health of our students and staff, the health and safety of them as well, and the instructional rigor. Those are three things that were stated as we needed to continue to focus in on as top priorities. Process began way back in March when the state of emergency was declared. That led us to a process of bringing a lot of stakeholders to the table as we looked at what the new future of learning looks like. The process is on our PPS Return to Learn site. You can take a look at that if you haven't. But tonight we want to highlight maybe a few of those steps that we've taken along the way. So before the governor released that Michigan Safe Schools plan on June 30th, we had already recruited 24 facilitators. They helped lead 12 different Return to Learn teams. They brought these team members together, made up of a variety of stakeholders, as we mentioned. They were given protocols and specific focus areas to work on. And then they, in turn, provided us recommendations for each scenario that we could return in the 2021 school year. This work is continuous as they finalize some of the details, protocols, and procedures for each of the areas that need to be addressed as we move into the fall. So again, thanks to all those that participated and continue to participate. Our next slide, we're going to talk a little bit about how PPS is aligning to the Michigan phases in terms of our instructional plan. Some of the feedback that we've been getting around and questions was around why did we not go with the hybrid model that was put out there? So we figured we should provide some rationale as to why we ended up looking at something a little differently. So one was the fact that students would only have access to our buildings 2 times a week. Okay, so it was a hybrid model where you were A and B, and if you were in the A group, you came on 2 days. If you were in a B group, you came on 2 days, and then 3 days of online learning. So both the elementary and secondary models now allow increased in-person contact. So with the model that's presented, there's the opportunity at both elementary and secondary to be in the building 4 days a week for support. When we looked at our ability to follow the cleaning and disinfecting protocols under the hybrid model, there was a lot of concerns in not being able to keep up with the recommendations of the frequency of the cleaning with all of the transitions that would have been built into the model. So kids moving around the building frequently was going to be a challenge. There was also concern around change in instructional modality. We felt that by going a couple days in person to 3 days of online and mixing that back and forth, that we would lose a lot of kids and students may not be able to keep up with that change of pace. So in terms of the continuity of student learning, we thought that was going to be impacted, as well as we heard some teacher concern around being able to flow with the scope and sequence of their curriculum and how that might be impacted. And also, again, these aren't an exhaustive list, but just some of the key points as to why we looked at something different. The hybrid model would have made it very challenging to transition out of, say, if we went to a phase 5 in particular, we would have had some negative impacts on our master schedules, and we would have had very limited course offerings as we made that transition. So it wasn't going to be seamless to get out of a hybrid model. And I know lots of districts are doing different things, from hybrids to all virtual to all in person. And we get that. But when we looked at that, again, it was not decisions made in isolation. We had lots of folks looking at this and having some deep conversations around it. But that was some of the rationale behind why the hybrid model wasn't part of the RTL or preparedness plan. So let's move into some of the phases and how we're aligning that within our instructional plan within the documents that you have. So phase 1 through 3, obviously we'd be in all PPS virtual remote instruction, both elementary and secondary. And like has already been previously mentioned, there would be the option of the Kavic, which is the county virtual model. So for young 5th through 5th grade, it's a program called Lincoln Learning. And for 6th through 12th grade, it'd be an option of the Michigan virtual courses. Mike has a link here. Mike's kind of controlling the slides tonight. Mike, if you want to click on phase 1 through 3 and maybe give some of the highlights there on our preparedness plan, I think that might be helpful for everyone. You're muted, Mike.
Just to double check there, Dr. Pasco, is it showing the preparedness plan now on the presentation, or is it still on the slide deck?
No, you got it. Yeah, phase 1 through 3 is up there.
So what I'll do is we jump into some of these links, and thank you, trustees, for taking the time to dive in deep with us on a lot of the preparedness plan, as I'm linking things from our slide deck back into the plan, not only for you as trustees to see, but also for families at home to kind of see those connections. And I know we have a number of people watching us on the live stream right now. And so what I've jumped to right now is the phase 1 through 3 instruction that our teams are recommending for this. And as we go into virtual, and you'll hear Dr. Pasco and I share this later on, the lessons we learned in spring, we're transforming our instruction as we come here in the fall. And so we know we're going to provide a lot more consistent contact with students and teachers and keep that core of those relationships consistent. We're in phases 1 through 3, because we are all virtual, we're making sure that we've got a curriculum and a plan in place. Our current phase 4 model, which you'll hear the most detail about tonight, provides you with a foundation that we can move easily between phase 1 and 3 if we do go that way, or phase 5 if we move into a more relaxed environment. So it does allow us a lot of flexibility the way we've designed phase 4 as the cornerstone in the program. We'll still have all our adherence to IEPs and 504s and that support network. We'll have technology and access, as we always have available for all of our students And we're definitely going to support that. Our communication platforms become more aligned using Google Classroom as our core link. And then, of course, as always, emails back and forth from teachers and families are there. So there's communication pieces and all those elements. These are all on page 9 of the preparedness plan that we provided for you guys on Friday, and then an updated version on Monday. So we also have all the protocols and safety protocols in here that we'll do. There's not many or as many during phases 1 through 3, since there is schools closed for in-person things. And so we'll establish other elements like curious kids and engaging with them, and what it looks like to ensure that the people who do have to report have the personal protective equipment. All of those things and district guidelines will be met, and you'll hear some of those details as possible. Our food service, like we did in spring, will continue if we're in phases 1 through 3. All athletics and extracurriculars in phases 1 through 3 would be suspended. I do know that our athletic and extracurricular return to learn team talked about what it looks like to kind of reimagine those traditional programs to make sure things can still happen and as students can still stay engaged. So those are the elements inside of our return to learn plan for phases 1 through 3.
Okay. Thanks, Mike. And so, like Mr. Huber said, we're going to talk a lot about phase 4 because that's the phase that we're currently in, and the majority of the slides today will gear towards that. So if we were to move to phase 5, we'd be talking a lot more around moving to some type of in-person instruction with keeping that choice of PPS virtual. I think that was a lot of questions that we had from parents in terms of when we do make a transition, hopefully we can make a transition to some form of in-person instruction, both at the elementary and secondary level, do we have the ability to remain as PPS virtual students? And so we have that as part of the plan. Also in phase 5, we would continue to offer Kavic and Lincoln Learning, as well as those Michigan virtual options. Mike, do you want to click on phase 5 within the document and maybe highlight some of the stuff in there as well?
Certainly. As we look at phase 5 and what some of those elements change, we know that in phase 5, and now I have to scroll back down to it, with a more relaxed environment, we're able to bring in some more connection and contact. And so we believe we'll be moving back in phase 5 to a normal 5-day instructional week and a normal school day schedule at that time. That's our current belief when we hit phase 5 based on the safety considerations that are there. And so you'll notice our curriculum and instruction elements here will look like they have looked traditionally, where we're continuing to provide what Portage Public Schools parents and families and students have expected. We also know, though, that we're going to continue our virtual programming. We think that there's enough consideration there for students and families that have concerns about returning even under phase 5, that we're going to want to continue our virtual programming at that time. And so we have that whole of that virtual programming referred back in the other section of our preparedness plan that we're submitting to you to approve tonight. But we know that we'll continue our programming, and a lot of the adjustments based on the safety factors, and you'll see a lot of them for phase 4, will have to be modified when we get to phase 5 and relaxed a bit. And we want to kind of allow ourselves an opportunity to get into phase 4 and see what things look like and how that works before we start predicting what phase 5 safety protocols might be that go above and beyond the Michigan Safe Schools Roadmap. So that's kind of how we're taking a look at our phase 5 curriculum elements.
Good, thanks, Mike. And like we said, phase 4, we're going to cover a lot of that throughout the presentation. The gist is we have a plan that calls for Monday through Thursday in-person instruction at the elementary level. That's young 5 through 5th grade, with the choice of accessing that similar curriculum online from home. Secondary, everything's going to be virtually based, remote instruction with the ability to come in for in-building access into certain spaces, and we'll cover that as well. Again, throughout, there's the thread of the opportunity to have a young 5 through 5th Lincoln Learning virtual opportunity through the county, as well as 6 through 12 Michigan virtual. Mike, you want to share a little bit about the survey and selection results thus far that was sent out last week?
Certainly. Um, maybe, perhaps something rolled right there. We'll do the whole deck right now. So we sent out 2 surveys, and I know you heard in some of the parent comments around our initial survey didn't contain some of the other choices that we now are adding into our plan. And so we initially sent that survey. You've seen some of those results. And we had in there that our phase 4 was going to look like a hybrid. There might be an option for a PPS virtual because we were already starting to see that our families and students were wanting something that supported virtual while staying with Portage Public Schools, and/or we wanted to make sure we understood what families were wishing to withdraw from Portage based on this plan. And so we did that initial survey. When we got those results back, we started adjusting our plan based on the feedback and concerns we received. So some of those components were identified. We brought some of those back to our return to learn teams to take a look at. And some of those components for us were caused us to kind of, and I'm not sure why that's doing that. I apologize. Caused us to change our viewpoint on what our phase 4 would look like. We needed a phase 4 that allowed students to move from virtual back into the building without a long delay in doing that. We knew that if we moved from phases 1 through 3, or to phase 5, we needed to be able to do that as well. We also know that we wanted to make sure that we were able to support what that learning looked like in each of those buildings. And that's what we're going to get into the detail that Dr. Pasco will get with you on. Looking at some of those survey piece of information. So here's our initial survey that we sent out. We had about 72% choosing the traditional school. I have that labeled backwards. And the PPS virtual was 25%. And that kind of told us that, yes, we had a great deal of interest in our virtual hybrid, that there was some interest that was there, and that our PPS virtual had some concerns with it. And we wanted to know what factors were influencing parents' decisions. And as we shared before, health, safety, social, emotional, and instructional rigor were important. And it's not that any of these were missed in our conversations. It's that we knew there were some things that were big points and trigger points for our families. When we looked at that comfort level, like we shared at the last board meeting, we had about 65% saying we hit our phase 4 just about right. So they were comfortable with being in the building. There were a handful that thought it was too strict and another handful that thought it was not strict enough. So we can see that kind of diversity, I don't know if we were expecting that. So we knew that there were a lot of parents who wanted choice and who had a different viewpoint in what they were seeing in the data. And then we're looking at what would happen at a phase 5 in our plan if they were to come back for that and where we were at. And that, if we're back fully, leads us to this number here where about 32% thought our phase 5 plan of let's just be back, business as usual, might not be strict enough for them. We are getting current parent selections in. So as you know, we opened up a window for parent surveys to come back in. I pulled this data this afternoon for us to kind of give you guys a snapshot of what we're looking at from our current elementary selections. We had a lot of conversations with parents like where they were asking questions like, well, who's selecting what and what are the ratios of those? The abbreviations at the top are face-to-face, PPS virtual, Kavic, and withdraw from the program. And so we also have some numbers here by grade level. And what I want to point out is that about 50-50 approach. So since this is elementary, and you'll hear more about our elementary plan in a minute, that we've got the ability for elementary students to come in face-to-face. We also have an opportunity for the same curriculum for students to get that virtually. And we're just a little above 50% split between these two. And so that's our elementary. If we look at our middle school selections, we can say that our in-person, so our middle school and high school model looks different, and you'll hear more detail about what that schedule of the day looks like and how we're delivering that content. Our in-person is much lower, and that's because we're not following a traditional schedule, so we understand that's part of it. And we know that our PPS virtual is reasonably high. So there's our middle school selections, and then our current high school mimics those middle school selections. So we're seeing those numbers, and we're seeing some support for our PPS programming inside of that. We're at about 7,500 responses back right now on the surveys. And that gives us a good lens at where our students will land. And there is flexibility here. So students and families will be able to choose to go back and forth as necessary or as some conditions arise based on that. So that's a good look at our survey results. Dr. Pasco, I don't know if there's anything else you'd like me to add into this component.
No, thank you for sharing that. That's important data to let folks know where we're at and what kind of responses we've been getting. Because obviously those numbers are going to help us plan for students coming back, particularly in building access and creating our sections at the elementary level. If you want to go to the next slide, Mike, let's take a closer look at the health and safety protocols designed mainly for phase 4 and 5. We'll have to modify as required and as expected as we go. But many of the questions and feedback that we've received over the last few weeks has related specifically to these 4 items that you see on the screen. And we want to highlight the work that was done by our teams this summer that developed plans around this. I know the facilities team spent a lot of time talking about health and safety protocols and working with the CDC and the Kalamazoo Health Department, among other resources, to put together these 4 plans here. So these were some of the categories that we were planning for, but also folks had a lot of questions around that staff and student screening prior to the school day, mask wearing and the breaks that go along with that, the triage and quarantine spaces, and then what happens if we have a positive COVID test result and how do we contact trace, et cetera. So Mike, do you want to click on, maybe start with, we'll just go in order and maybe walk through staff and student screening prior to
Yeah. Of course, this is one of the things that happens right away. We know students are going to need this to happen, even prior to stepping on the bus. So let's talk about the staff screening first. Before entering a building, staff are going to self-screen for symptoms daily. This is something that's been going on since we basically closed the administration building down and then reopened it for people to come in, which was quite quick. Probably within a week, as we were starting to do it, we started some staff screening protocols, and they've kind of been modified a little bit. And so if the tracking form that we're using right now indicates a potential risk for COVID, staff are directed to contact their supervisor or principal right away. And then the next step for that staff member is provided by the principal, supervisor, HR department. And of course, they're consulting with their own health professional. And so we're going to provide a copy, the printed copy of the screening tool. We're putting that together, but the screening tool link here is active, and you're able to kind of go to a document right now that shows what's there. Our Return to Learn health and wellness team has been working on this with the county health department. So we're going to simplify this so that someone can take it online very rapidly. This doesn't look like anything else. If anyone has already taken a kind of a COVID screener anywhere else, this looks very, very similar, and basically asks a series of questions. And this one is based on the information we got from the Kalamazoo County Health Department. And we feel that that's a good way for that protocol to work for staff. And then they'll work out the next steps of the process from there, not only just with their administrator, but we want to make sure they're taken care of. And then that goes through with HR. Processing student screening looks a little different. For health and safety of our students, the public health department requires students to be screened before entering the school building. And then not only due to the time and the interruption and the process at entry, the health department and the CDC don't recommend that the screenings actually be done by the schools. So we do have a parent agreement form that is going to be uploaded into Skyward about screening your student at the beginning of every day before coming in. And we're going to send a hard copy of that screening process document home for them to use and to post. Principals send that document frequently in parent communications. That's our plan with that. And then in there we have we've already developed this screening parent agreement, and so that link is active, and we're all set to go with that, thanks to our Return to Learn health and wellness team. And they've done a great job of kind of putting that together. And we know sometimes that commitment can be high, can be low, but we know we want to kind of encourage and build those processes. So we have a second checklist for them to kind of post in their home. This is the same thing you'd get if you were calling your physician about your son or daughter or yourself when you're trying to figure out if there's a potential case for COVID. And then they can follow up from there. We also have references on the bottom of each of these documents that goes back to the CDC school considerations, and our documents for school from the Kalamazoo County Health Department that they provided us. All of these links are active, and we're either hosting the document or it's pulled off site. So this is 9 pages, and we have this broken down into posters for both the school as well as instructional materials for parents to kind of have and use at their homes. So that's kind of our process there around screening protocols that'll happen before the student even leaves the house, before the staff member gets into the building.
Great. Thanks, Mike. Lots of questions around mask wearing and mask breaks. Maybe click on that one and pull out some highlights if you can.
Yeah, we did get a lot of questions around mask breaks. In fact, one of them from the FAQ asked what it is. And we know that young 5th through 5th grade will have a scheduled mask break throughout the day when it's appropriate, especially for social distancing. So when you have the mask on, it appears from the research that the proximity can be closer to between people without transmission. With no mask, we definitely need to have that space established. So we know that if we're going to do a mask break, we need the social distance in place. So, but during specific parts of reading lessons or snack or lunchtime, and there will be some other times where students can safely remove their masks to take a break from that. And that's what a mask break is, because we know it's going to be hard to maintain throughout the day. We know the same is true of staff. They're going to need the same thing also. So we're going to ensure that's there. We do have protocols for mask wearing and mask breaks. So when requirement of in-person, we can walk through all the details here, but staff members are expected to wear a mask throughout the school day unless they have an exemption note from a physician. And staff who are required to wear that can remove it as appropriate when eating and drinking and communicating with a person who is deaf and hard of hearing. We do have, I know Kat Frink has been making clear masks for staff to wear and for students to wear in order for lip reading to occur, and that improves that communication piece with students. So we also are saying that all students, young 5th through 12th grade, will wear a mask throughout the school day. We know that that will be important for them to do. They'll have the scheduled mask breaks as well, and mask breaks. And those with medical conditions that have been confirmed or outlined in an IEP or 504, we have will build in those exceptions for them. We do specify the types of masks here. We are going to be providing disposable masks. And I know that that's one of the questions coming up on some PPE things that we'll highlight for you here in a bit. But we know that we want to stick with these type of coverings are the best. We will have disposable masks for students that forgot their mask or something happens to their mask during the day. But cloth face covering, surgical mask, and an N95 respirator are appropriate. So we know that when they're getting there without a mask, we've got one in the school, and we also have a limited number of cloth masks that we've purchased to be issued by building principals to families that need those. We also include some mask wearing protocols, how to wear it and how to take care of it. We're going to put in there a how-to video and some guidelines as well. And we have some elementary social stories that that our team was able to find and put together that help students that might struggle a bit more with wearing a mask all the time or consistently during the day. These will help kind of ease any anxiety or fears around doing that. So that's some information around mask wearing that our Return to Learn teams have put together.
Great. We talked a lot about building triage and quarantine spaces. If you want to click on that, and then maybe Mike, I'll talk about the positive COVID tests and contact tracing.
Okay. And just looking at the triage area, we're expected in the preparedness plan to have a place for students to be who may be potential. So if a student shows up to school and over the course of the day, they start to have symptoms and a staff member is encountering them, that's when we'll have that student head down to the triage area, and we have extra material stock things there, and we'll begin the cleaning process that's there. And we're going to have Kalamazoo County Health Department potentially do some training with us on awareness and things that we need to have in place when we encounter those signs and symptoms, because we're not health professionals. We want to be able to get them connected with that right away. And so we'll have a space in each of our buildings that's that triage area. We also have a procedure for suspected cases. So we walk through all the steps of walking them in there, making sure they're putting on their PPE properly, and following through with that. And then they'll do a symptom screening. And then since that's not enough for us, we'll let the family pediatrician be able to make decisions from that point in time, since there's a lot of symptom overlap between COVID-19 and other illnesses. So, and then if we do suspect COVID is there, then we're going to get the student out of that space and then take them back. And Dr. Pascal will talk a bit more about what we do when that happens and how we're going to clean the spaces after that and follow up with any quarantining.
You want to click on that last one, Mike? I'll help that. Okay, so protocol for responding to positive tests, presumed positive, and contact tracing. Lots of questions around this and different scenarios being posed. So each of our buildings will have a designated staff member who will be in contact with the health department weekly to get regular community health updates. I know Penny Bourne and Brenda O'Rourke, those are two individuals that have been extremely helpful up until this point, particularly as we brought athletes back to our fields and areas this summer, as well as reviewing some of our initial plans. Just want to say thank you to the Kalamazoo Health Department for working with us up until this point. I know they're going to be a big part of our process and plans as we go throughout the school year. So that designated staff member will call the health department with any presumed positive or positive COVID-19 cases with staff or students, and then get individual guidance basis. Kalamazoo Health Department has been wonderful with providing us with all the links that you see there. Mike kind of opened up a few of those, but a process for COVID positive case or COVID exposure at school is a helpful document. And then also when we talk about this and notifying folks, the COVID privacy and scenario example is also a very helpful document for our liaison and school administrators as we talk about what happens if someone at school tests positive for COVID-19. So if that happens, if a student or staff member is confirmed positive with a diagnostic test, a nose or throat swab, or a doctor states that they may be positive, we'll learn about that case. The school liaison will contact the health department. In turn, the health department will look at the case and call the COVID-19 liaison and have conversation around that. They'll review the case, determine the isolation period and any non-school contacts. That individual would complete their isolation period and then return to school. The school district and building, as well as the health department, will work together to identify any close contacts. They'll be notified by the health department and placed in a 14-day quarantine based off of their recommendations, based off of the last exposure. So we can have a close contact not developing symptoms. They'll complete their quarantine period and then come back to school. Or a close contact will become symptomatic and test positive and now confirmed or a probable case, and then follow the recommendations based off of that. So we'll send out a general notification to those parents and staff, again, keeping in mind confidentiality and protecting those individuals based off of the guidance that we're getting from Kalamazoo Health Department. There was a couple other helpful documents I felt in here: how to handle symptoms and household exposure, and then again the COVID privacy and scenario example. And then there's a really helpful document from the Kent County Health Department, school teachers and administrators COVID-19 toolkit. Some of the things that we'll be reviewing as we do more training with our staff upon our return. All right, Mike, I know that was a lot, but that was the gist of some of those 4 key areas when we talk about health and safety protocols as we move into the school year.
Yep. Thanks, trustees, for letting us take a deep dive there. That's been pretty important and essential for what we're doing. Hopefully, we're answering a lot of your questions. I know we're answering a lot of parent questions, and we're only hitting some of the highlights on the questions that we're actually asking. So I know there's more in there than that.
Yeah.
But thanks for letting us take the time.
Yeah, thank you. So we're currently in phase 4. So we're able to offer 3 choices to our Portage elementary families, young 5th through 5th grade. So the first choice, face-to-face, Monday through Thursday, with Friday being like an online connection and experience. That's PPS curriculum taught by PPS teachers at school. Second option is the PPS virtual, with our curriculum taught by our teachers, accessed online from home. And then third is the county virtual option, also known as Kavic, but the program being Lincoln Learning. That's a non-PPS instructor, that's a county instructor, and it's not connected to our PPS curriculum. There's a lot of questions about, if I select Kavic, can I ensure that my student will be connected to a PPS teacher? And most likely they won't be. I know we've been asked to provide 1 or 2 teachers for potential training to learn about these programs. And I think we're gonna, Mike, correct me if I'm wrong, we're gonna try to identify maybe 1 or 2 to learn more about them. But to start, they won't be connected to any of our PPS teachers. So I think that was something to clear up so that folks can make an informed decision. Let's move to face-to-face, Mike, on the next slide. So this is designed for elementary families that are comfortable with returning their student to this in-school environment Monday through Thursdays, again, with Friday serving as some type of home learning. We're going to get into some of the details on all the stuff on the right in the next few slides, but this choice provides the opportunity for students to return to school, interact daily and safely with their teachers and classmates. Again, you just saw all the protocols. We'll continue to look at that as we go. We'll learn more also once we have kids back, but it's giving choice. It's going to be face-to-face unless Michigan moves to phases 1 through 3, at which point we're all going to have to pivot to the virtual option. I want to go to the FAQ really quick. We've been developing our frequently asked questions on the website, and we've been doing our best to kind of pull common themes and questions. And Mike and I talked a little bit throughout the week of how we can insert them into this presentation. So one of them was around at the elementary level, what's the flexibility between plans? So our answer to that is, if an elementary family selects either in-person or virtual learning, it doesn't seem to be the right fit, it will be important to connect with the building principal. That'd be the first step, is contact the building principal. They'll work with the family to determine kind of what the issues are, maybe what some of the barriers are with the particular program that they chose, and what those next steps need to be to make a possible move. So we're definitely open to that. We want to be able to serve families in terms of what their needs are. And they may think a choice is what is best to start, and then they might find out some other information based off an experience or what they're hearing from other families. So we're more than open to having those conversations with families and making sure that we can transition at the right times. But in terms of our own face-to-face versus the PPS virtual, we'll definitely work with families on making those transitions when needed. I don't know, Mike, if you had anything to add to the face-to-face slide or not.
No, I think you covered it, because we're going to get into the details here on the next slide.
All right. So this one, obviously, we covered in the video quite a bit, really focusing on the social emotional health. That continues to be a primary focus. We're going to work closely with the Kalamazoo Health Department. We ask families to conduct an at-home self-screening each day. That will help guide parents and guardians knowing if their student should attend school that day. Mitigation strategies are going to be a big part of what we do. Schedule hand washing throughout the day. Masks, like we said, will be worn by staff and students, except for those that are medically deemed not to wear them. And also we'll have some breaks in there as well, as we mentioned. This will be a time where students can safely remove their masks, take a break from having it on their faces. It's difficult to have that on. We all know that for extended periods of time. Mike shared some of the numbers that we're getting back from the elementary. So some of the questions around, the number of folks that are in the classes and what those class sizes look like. Right now, they're looking pretty favorable. They're looking like they would be in the teens. So that's allowing us to implement those safety measures and make sure that we're following the things that we've established that we want to put in place. So it'll help us allow to safe distance students and to follow those safety protocols as best as possible. We talked about the quarantine spaces. We'll make sure that is set up in each of our buildings. And then protocols for cleaning. We're really focusing on the high touch surface areas as well as during transition time. So when we know kids are leaving out of a space for a particular time, that's when our cleaning crews will come in and help get things disinfected and sanitized and clean. Again, those will be all attached into that document. One of the questions that we got was around what PPE is available, personal protective equipment. right? People want to know what we have on hand. So right now, and this may have been bumped up since the last time I've got these stats, but our facilities team, obviously they've been working around the clock. You know, I got to give a shout out to Mr. Heron and his team, and Al for getting all this stuff together, but they've been working around the clock to get the supplies that are needed. So far we've ordered over 40,000 adult and child disposable masks. We have infrared non-touch thermometers for each building. There's 25 cloth masks, 500 face shields, 400 hand sanitizer dispensers. We have 400 quarts and 400 half-gallon pump sanitizers. We ordered 3 additional large Clorox 360 machines. Those were things that we would spray down our facilities in the past, when, particularly when we had some of the times off last year. We have desk shields for our secretaries. There's 400 disinfectant spray bottles and 20,000 rubber gloves. We continue to add to that list and make sure that we have all the necessities in order to keep folks safe, and also to provide the personal protective equipment that we're required to. So that was a pretty big one. Mike, I don't know if you had any FAQs in mind around this particular topic of
I know we're getting asked about hand sanitizer versus hand washing and some of the factors there, and we're going to be doing both. We want to make sure students are washing their hands using the 20-second hand washing protocol. So we've built that into some of the elementary lessons. I know they're working on that. When students arrive, before lunch, after playing outside, and after using the restroom, obviously, those are the key times when students and teachers will be implementing, hand washing. Staff are going to ask students to wash hands when there's sneezing or coughing going on. And then we also have the hand sanitizer readily available. And I believe we got asked a question on, are we making sure that we're not using any of those 75 brands that might contain methanol in them? And I believe Ron's checking on that to ensure that only the hand sanitizer that we would put out would be approved, and making sure that it's appropriate for use. We know that safety factor, and we're spending a lot of time here hitting some of those questions that parents have asked, or that you guys as trustees have asked, or staff have asked, to kind of make sure that you guys understand what protocols we've put into place, and for students to be safe.
No.
Right. Okay, Mike, if you want to move to the next one, let's take a look at curriculum and instruction, and then communication. We've done some curriculum audits and design teams over the summer, particularly at the elementary level. I got to thank Dr. Sheehan and all her work with our math and ELA teams out there. They've done a lot of reworking throughout the summer to get ready for the fall. We've got to be mindful of potential content gaps and students' readiness for new curriculum. Those are all things that our teachers are thinking about. We'll still instruct using our high quality PPS curriculum that's based off of the Michigan Common Core standards. We'll follow a daily schedule, traditional elementary day, Monday through Thursday, with specials and breaks in the classroom. So lunch will be provided in the cafeteria and gym, like I said in the video, with dividers in order to separate the classes from one another. And we'll take attendance as usual, keeping in mind the new exemptions and virtual supports for students who may be out sick. We'll use quality instructional strategies. We'll continue to use assessment of student work, looking at constructive feedback and timely feedback. Students will need use of technology and resources that will be provided if needed. We'll also make sure that those that need IEP 504 or EL supports, that's in place. And our specials and encore classes will be provided in our classrooms, with PE, again, being outdoors as much as possible. Hopefully we have a good fall and we can take advantage of some nice weather to get kids outside. Mike, I don't know if you had any FAQ around curriculum instruction or the communication part around Google Classroom platform.
Other than to say, I know we're going to have we're going to have a little more detail on curriculum later on. I know that most of it relates to schedule of the day and elements at elementary and at secondary. So we can talk about what those things and the standards we're looking at are. But I do know that I think you've got a few questions related to parent pieces that were in there around communication.
Okay, let's go to food services, recess, and transportation. I think that might be maybe a more appropriate place to highlight those questions. So we're committed to providing assistance to families that rely on our school meals. We'll continue to provide the grab and go meals 5 days a week at each of the elementary schools. There is a daily recess time that's connected to our lunchtime, as previously stated. So we'll have a staff member who will stay with certain groups during lunch and recess. They'll have their designated spot for lunch with their classmates, either in the lunchroom or the gym, separated by the dividers that we have. Each class will have their designated spot for recess as well with their classmates, and then we'll rotate that throughout the week and daily as well. When they're outside playing, our custodians will be in there disinfecting, sanitizing, getting ready for the next group. Again, we do encourage, if you can transport your student to and from, we would appreciate that to reduce the numbers that are taking our transportation. We know some families are able to do that, so we'd appreciate if you were able to help us in those regards. For those that need to ride the bus, we'll have our normal stops, pick up and drop off times. We ask that you do some symptom screening, be performed prior to the bus arrival. We'll also provide hand sanitizer as students enter. They'll have assigned seats. Both the driver and students will have masks on. And again, we had mentioned that we'll have the windows down when weather permits. So one of the commonly asked questions I know on the FAQ was around, well, we had two. It was, each building is developing, it's actually, what is the protocol for arrival and departure? So parents want to know that. So we're developing those at the building principal level. They'll be sharing those procedures out based off of their own individual layouts. So not all of our buildings are the same. So they're going to send some information as to how students enter safely and how they exit based off of their individual layouts. The other question that we're getting pretty commonly is, will parents be allowed in our elementary buildings? How will my young 5 through kindergarten student know where to go? So kind of put those together. So our response is parents will not be allowed to enter the building. If there's a sick child or a need to drop off or pick up early, you would call the office and then follow that building's procedures. So our young 5 through kindergarten teachers will be working together to develop a welcome back to school video for our new families. They'll introduce them to the classroom and to the building. They'll also be meeting with families virtually on August 31st to answer any questions. They want to meet your children, go over any procedures that they may have. Also, young 5 through K students will start their first day of school on September 1st. Each building principal will be communicating with all families, welcoming everyone back, providing them with important information for a smooth transition back to school. Okay, so that was one that we were commonly getting and wanted to put that out there in this presentation. Mike, did you have anything else under food service, recess, or transportation that was commonly being brought to the last
I know we've been asked about sack lunches versus how we're handling the tray and the delivery. And I spoke with Susan Livingston today just to kind of get some more understanding of how we're doing that. We are still going to be using the system that we have always before. So first of all of our food service workers who've been doing food up to this point have been wearing masks and gloves, and we've been doing that all summer long. Of course, when we're delivering large quantities of food out into our community, that we use a sack lunch process, mostly for ease of delivery. When they're in the schools, those will be handed on the tray where the food service worker will be putting all of that on there. Since everything is being done by pre-orders, all those will be preset. And so when a class comes down, that class will be handed their material, or I'm sorry, handed their food person by person. At the secondary level, they'll do the usual. They're going to have 6-foot spacing in their line, and they never contact any of the food. So all the food is prepared behind shields and handed to the student directly. That allows us also to do a hot meal for students when they're there for breakfast and for lunch, regardless of the level we're at. So that allows us to provide good food service. So I know that was there for some of food service, and Susan was happy to give me some insight into that.
Good. Thanks, Mike. Let's move into choice 2, Portage Virtual for elementary students. All right, so our primary goal, if a family chooses Portage Virtual, is to open schools virtually with a schedule that is as close to traditional as possible. So we'll follow that consistent instructional schedule and provide more live face-to-face, what we would call synchronous student learning. And that was one of the big differences between some of the questions we were getting around, you know, our experience from March to the end of the school year last year. How's that going to be different than PPS virtual? You know, this will be more synchronous. It's also going to be new learning. You know, we didn't cover a whole lot of new learning in those last few months. We didn't want to lose a ton of kids. So the week will include 4 days of live face-to-face instruction, Monday through Thursday. As we mentioned, Fridays will be used for some type of additional online learning, as well as some connections for teacher assistant or intervention to connect with those families and students as needed. Our core curriculum will be consistent between PPS virtual and face-to-face instruction. So we're going to just put that curriculum online for those that deem it's not, for whatever reason, they do not want their students to come back Monday through Thursday. They'll follow a similar curriculum and scope and sequence as kids that are coming to school and accessing in-class teachers. One of the most commonly FAQs I think we have in terms of PPS virtual, Mike, if you can go to that slide, it's okay, is will the students be assigned a teacher from their building like they were actually in school, or will it be another PPS teacher? Will the teacher be dedicated to a certain amount of children? So the response is we cannot guarantee that a student will receive a virtual teacher from their home building. However, it will be a PPS certified elementary teacher. Students will be in class with other students from their home building though. We will be assigning 2 groups of virtual students to each teacher. Each group will have about 20 students, so they'll focus on 2 sections of kids. PPS virtual, another one. Do you get hands-on materials, textbooks, worksheets, etc., or is everything going to be online in terms of materials? So the answer is there will be a balance of materials. Not everything will be online. We will have a procedure for getting the materials to you, and I'm sure that will be part of the building principals communication for back to school. So that was one, Mike, that I know was a pretty commonly asked question. I'm not sure whether or not it got posted on the FAQ, but that would be the response as of today. Mike, do you want to go over difference in terms of comparison? I know a lot of families are asking about what's the difference between spring learning to what we're going to offer from 2021 virtual.
And this was one of the first questions that we got from families when we were starting to talk about even a hybrid or any kind of virtual learning. So we definitely are requiring student participation, and we're using a blend of live instruction with our curriculum assigned specifically to standards. So we would definitely have upped that. We'll have more details about what teachers have been learning the past few days and what they've been working on through summer. You've heard Dr. Pasco talk about elementary, ELA, and math over summer. We definitely will have increased accountability with students, assignments, grading, and scheduling of things. And then we're going to use Google Classroom for our platform for delivery. And while we may use other tools, and we certainly do, everything will flow through that platform. And then we're targeting instruction. We know that we have some gaps we want to close, and that we're going to want to scaffold and support learning for those students to get into them, because we're no longer in emergency learning. We're consistent with this. We have experiences here. And then ongoing assessment and personalized feedback. We definitely know that we need that feedback and assessment to happen for us to be able to continue to get students to grow. So those are just some of the big changes, and there has been a lot of staff learning that's happened through Teach Camp. And I know I have that coming up on another slide here.
Yep. Mike, if you want to move to the next one, I think a lot of families are wondering, what does a virtual parent schedule look like? Do you want to click on that link where it says virtual parent schedule and FAQ, and maybe walk our folks through a potential schedule that our elementary principals have been working on in the last week or so?
Certainly, yeah. Our elementary principals have worked on this in conjunction with our elementary return to learn team leaders. So we definitely have some elements in there, and there will probably be some schedules that vary depending on grade level, with the caveat that all students will have these components as part of it. They'll have a daily preparation time, a morning meeting, ELA instruction. They'll do independent work, have movement breaks, do small group instruction, and math instruction. So we know that those components are consistent daily for those students. We've got all the essential materials that will be provided, including any manipulatives. Those will all go home to students. We'll either mail those or have those dropped off. There will be a virtual orientation that we're going to do to start out the school year. In fact, in all of our levels, our first few weeks are dedicated to social emotional learning, process learning around our protocols, and ensuring that we're ready to go to do quality instruction. Depending on how old the student is, there'll be some different levels of instructional time per day. And you can see some numbers there ranging from 120 up to around 180 minutes. And so here's a sample young fives through second grade schedule that starts with student daily preparation in the morning. They have around a 35-minute block, and the elementary is looking at moving into groups of 2, so that for the online component, we can have some students doing the self-paced pieces while the teacher is meeting live with the other group of students. And then that role flips. And so group 2 then goes into a live portion while group 1 does the self-paced work at that time. This allows us to basically meet more student learning needs, as well as give them a break from having to do this interaction in a group setting for over an hour at a time. So we also have a movement break and some independent work, or possibly some small group connection at that time. So if a teacher is noticing something and needs to have 2 students meet with them, we now kind of need a structure for that schedule to be put in place. We've got math instruction, again, using that same hybrid of math instruction with the teacher and self-paced independent work, and the groups flip-flop. We have a 50-minute lunch period in there. We also have a specials rotation that we'll do in the afternoon. So that will happen for students to be connected with PE, with art, with music. And then we're doing the oral language development. So this is in social studies and science. We put a number of content areas there because based on the schedule and what's happening in their day, that's how we would approach the learning for that particular grade level. We have snack time as well, and some cooperative and independent play. So there's some opportunities to do some cooperative play online, as well as independent play. If that's just their time to break, they need to add some motion for them for that time. That's what would happen. And then we kind of wrap up our day with some small group live instruction or some independent work. That gives us an opportunity to support all of our student learner needs. The 3rd through 5th grade schedule looks similar. We have those same kind of breakouts of independent and combined work. We have the same specials rotation, but we definitely have more established social studies and science. And since we're still trying to support literacy instruction in there, that's what's happening at the younger grades, whereas at the older grades, we've established that. We still have space for that to happen in 3rd through 5th, but we've established some social studies and science time in there with that same rotation built in the program. So you can see a schedule on Friday adjacent to that, and that would be where there might possibly be some morning live meetings with teacher and with the teacher and connecting on ELA and math instruction, and definitely some self-paced work. So you're getting 5 days of work. One of those days just happens to be more virtual than the others. And so that's kind of our sample schedule. That's posted and will be linked through this document here, and it's available for you guys to review as well as parents. So that's a brand new document that team finalized today for this meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure,
I know that was a big ask from our families. Quite a few parents emailing and calling in, asking kind of what that sample virtual schedule. So the more we can share on that, I think the more informed our parents will be in terms of making choices. Mike, you're directly connected with working with some our PPS superstars like Paul Murray, Jessica Winstanley. Who else do we have in there? Is it Lisa Miller that did a lot of our planning for Teach Camp? Can you talk a little bit about kind of what was presented? I know we had a lot of questions around how are you preparing your staff for a virtual environment? And I know a lot of the focus of Teach Camp was around that, but I don't know, maybe if you can shed some light on what happened in the last couple of days.
Yeah, I certainly can. And I can bring up some of the session things too, I believe, by grabbing our Teach Camp schedule right here. So over the last 2 days, we've had Teach Camp. Those can normally would be something we do in person. We bring in a keynote, and we've done that. Instead, we did it virtually this year, mostly because we didn't know where we would be in August as we set things up. And We also wanted to make sure we were actually using the tools that we're going to be expecting teachers to be using as they walk into classrooms. And so we have these are Tuesday's session set, just to let you see what's there. Each of these boxes is a separate session that we're covering everything from classroom technical skills, like how do you use WeVideo, which is a video tool that we have available for staff, to, all right, finding our focus. What's our ELA priority standards in 3rd through 5th grade? So we've been able to provide that kind of learning for our staff around tools, around remote instruction. We even were able to bring in keynotes from some of our large vendors. We use Illuminate for assessments, and they were able to provide keynote services for us for free because we use the product. And so that was great to do a large keynote and do it remotely. So, but really the thanks goes to Jessica Winstanley, Paul Murray, and Lisa Miller. There's no doubt that they did a stellar job. And this was all in preparation for us to be able to teach Portage virtual. That's important. K-12 for us. We had to change our model based on spring. And so all of our staff got at least 6 hours of professional development over the past 2 days. For those that were absent or on break somewhere else, we're able to record all those sessions so you can still participate in that learning now. In fact, I have 2 more that I know I want to attend just to build up my own repertoire of interacting and teaching online. So we have those available, and we'll continue to reference those for staff for professional learning all through the fall. You could keep yourself busy for a long time doing this learning, so more than 60 sessions. We currently had over 2,100 individual teacher trainings happen in the last 2 days. So that would mean one teacher attending one session would count for one of those. So we have 2,100 teachers who have already filled back the feedback form on a session saying they attended. So that's about 4 to 6 hours per PPS teacher. I think that's great. And I share that right now as part of our deep dive into what we're doing to prepare for virtual learning for students as we kick off here in 2 weeks.
Okay. Again, we're committed to providing assistance to the families that rely on our school meals. We'll continue to do that 5 days a week for students attending face-to-face, as well as those that access PPS virtual. So there's more information and details to come. They'll be provided in the next upcoming weeks. Also be posted under the food service tab on the PPS website.
Yeah. Susan Livingston told me today that they'll be able to pre-order everything and you'll be able to pick them up at the buildings. So we know that that's kind of the approach that they're looking at for food service to make sure that even students who are virtual can still receive meals.
All right, Mike, let's transition into secondary. We're halfway there. So we're offering a fully virtual program for our secondary families with the option to stay at home to access that curriculum or to come in person to our secondary schools for support and Wi-Fi access. Okay, so that's kind of the gist of the 6th through 12th grade program. These were developed to provide all of the following that were important to our stakeholders. Maximum amount of flexibility and choice for our families. Meet the needs of the social emotional well-being of our students and our staff. Keep folks safe. Use the guidance and practices from the County Health Department and the CDC with the goal of maintaining academic rigor that we're known for here in Portage. So that's kind of the gist of where we're at 6th through 12th grade. Let's look at just the PPS virtual in itself. All students 6th through 12th will participate in this program. We'll provide them the ability to interact with staff and engage with our curricula. Students will connect virtually with their teachers and classmates on a daily basis. They'll access lessons as recordings as well. If we move to phase 1 through 3, just like we mentioned in elementary, the system will be maintained. We'll be able to continue on with it, giving students that continuity regardless of the phase that we're in. Our primary goal is to open our secondary schools virtually with a schedule that's as close as traditional as possible. That doesn't mean kids are coming in and physically moving from class to class, but they will have to check in with attendance on a given, we have some sample schedules that I know that the high schools have been working on that will have kids logging on when they're supposed to follow that instructional schedule and engage in that synchronous learning that our teachers are going to provide. The same student expectations will apply for all secondary students, regardless if they come for in-building access, or if they stay at home. All of that will be taught by our PPS teachers following our Portage curriculum. So we'll have 4 days of live recorded online instruction with PPS teachers Monday through Thursdays, follow a similar model on Fridays as we do in elementary. So that could be used for additional learning. Some students that'll be an opportunity for them to receive some additional teacher assistance or intervention, particularly with our sports support staff as well on Fridays. So even with virtual, we're going to work with our families to design appropriate IEP 504 plans as well as EL student support. So that's front and center for us too, to make sure that we're serving our families the best we can in terms of meeting their needs. Mike, do you want to cover food service and extracurricular?
Yeah, but before we jump into that, I just wanted to hit up the draft daily schedule so they could see that as well. So I know that this was from our secondary staff that this afternoon. There's draft written all over the top, and I think it's what we're trying to work out. I know we have more voices that we need to kind of bring to the table on this, but I know we've got a middle school and a high school draft schedule that puts about 10 to 15 minutes between classes. That allows for some breaks for our teenagers in these environments. So this is our schedule. If you're in person, it's the virtual learning schedule. So this is what it would look like to work through your day. Our middle schools still have our XDS advisory period in place so that we're able to kind of provide some individualized supports or some group supports for students. And then at the high school level, we're looking kind of to make sure we have enough time in between to allow for reset and allow for students to get ready for that next component of learning. We do get asked a lot, like, what's the daily schedule for secondary look like at home? What about for a middle school student who comes in? And students may access their virtual classes from wherever they are. And if they need an in-building support, they can report to the school for that day. Students will not attend a person in class, and we may not guarantee that they can get right with that teacher that they're taking the class with in that space. So that supervision will be provided by other PPS staff. We know that they can access all of those classes, and they will have access in the building for things like Wi-Fi and connection and supports. And students will be in groups in multiple areas throughout the building to maintain as much social distance as possible while still expecting the same mask protocols. So that's a little bit of their draft schedule to help support that. With the secondary program looking like it does, we have a number of content areas, and moving that schedule around and setting that up to make sure that those programs are ready. We have all of our secondary team leaders working on their curriculum modifications and adjustments right now, and they'll be in next week. And as we get ready for the school start, now that they've received some training through Teach Camp, to continue to build and learn what that curriculum pieces look like. And our communication platform is the same from what we've used before. And Michael wanted me to jump right into food service there. So that same pre-order process is there. There'll still be some same meals, and we are still providing that same support we mentioned earlier at elementary. So if you're at home and you're not attending, but you still want the meals, you're able to come and pick them up, and you're able to pre-order them. For families that are there, we're going cashless at the high schools so that there are no transactions or opportunity to do that. So I know that we're going to be using the student IDs and accounts that we already have for meals, and encouraging and requiring students to use those, and then they can just get their meal there and using those same safe protocols. We're also running all the extracurriculars as best as possible with that. And Michael, did you want to share on some of those extracurricular components that they're talking about?
You talking about for the fall, Mike, or?
Yeah, for the fall. And what we have.
Like we're trying to put those in place as best we can. Again, like Rusty said, we're still on hold in terms of middle school athletics. We're hoping to be able to bring that back. I know that's at the top of the priority list. We continue to work with MHSAA and the Michigan Safe Start Roadmap as we bring back extracurriculars throughout the fall season. And so we'll just continue we learned a lot over the summer as well with our ADs, and just want to say thanks to Joe Wallace and to Chris Riker for kind of orchestrating bringing our student athletes back, and also to those that led a lot of the performing arts outside with band. It was great to, like I said before, great to hear a band across at Central High, and also heard over at Northern. It's just wonderful to see. So, we learned from the summer, and we'll continue to implement some of those same strategies for the things that we are able to pull off this fall. Mike, let's move to technology access and health and wellness. So our students will use their district issued Chromebooks to access that that coursework through Google Classroom. They'll utilize that platform as well as Google Meet and have that opportunity to connect with their classmates. They'll also be able to schedule appointments with their counselors when they need that additional support. Again, health and wellness is a main priority of our plan. So students will have access to the support staff that are trained and ready to support the mental health and social and emotional needs of our students. And I just want to give a shout out to our student wellness team. They put together several strategies and recommendations for our buildings that we could utilize to make sure we're taking care of our kids. All right.
We had covered a lot of those health and wellness pieces earlier, and so you saw some of those protocols that we had done. And I don't think there was anything specific about the secondary students, but I do know that as we take a deep dive and we start practicing this, and phase 4 kicks off as we start the year, that our counselors are super aware and active at all levels on what's happening with our students in regards to their mental health, as well as to their physical health and wellness. So there's been a lot of conversation around that, and that you heard from parents as well. When they say they want that in person, we know that one of those factors for them is what it looks like to ensure that they're in school and connected with that, and that is a force that helps them maintain their mental health. And so we have that, whether you're in person or virtual, those connections will take place where we are.
Good. All right, talk a little bit about the in-building support. So our families do have the choice for in-building support if our students choose to elect that option. All of our students will be participating in virtual learning content. So we know that our families may desire to have that as part of their support system as they access this virtual instruction. So the curriculum's the same, but in-person support will allow students to be bused to school. They could utilize the PPS Wi-Fi technology as needed, and there'll be some academic supports as well. One of the main questions in the FAQ around in-building support is, will my secondary student be taught or have access to our secondary teachers? And so the initial plan is we really want to make sure that we're protecting our secondary teachers in terms of being able to pull off a virtual lesson without disruption. So we really want them to follow their schedule, because they're going to be leading, just like Mike and I are leading right now, and presenting and showing links and playing videos and creating different chat rooms and whatnot, breakout rooms. They need to be able to do that without disruption. So the initial responses right now is we want teachers to focus in on that at the secondary level, because you'll have students that are in a designated area at the secondary level, either based off a grade level or the amount of students that we know are anticipating coming in. I know middle school is working on maybe dividing up 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, having different entrances and different models for them to go about their schedule, but they're really trying to reduce the amount of not only interaction, but transitions within a day. So that's kind of our response to that. There'll be support staff in those areas to help with the learning. We'll work with teachers to figure out, is there a way that we can gradually put some of our teachers in front of those learning pods or those learning groups. That's just something that I think we still need to have more conversation with our teachers and our teacher group around what could that look like. I know we've talked about our special ed teachers being in those areas to make sure that kids are supported when needed. We could also do some things virtually too, with that support staff and some of our special ed teachers. So that's kind of the response to that as of right now. Moving into more of the health and wellness. Again, a lot of this is the same as what we covered in elementary. There really isn't a whole lot different. I think our protocols will apply, pre-K through 12th grade. Mike, I don't know, do you have anything else to add that was different than the elementary in terms of secondary?
No, we covered it on the elementary one, I believe.
Okay, so that's pretty much a similar slide there. Curriculum and instruction. So while in the building, they'll have the opportunity to engage in that curriculum. Again, accessing Wi-Fi if needed. They'll be in designated groups and areas, and we'll have PPS staff allocated to those areas. We're going to have attendance that'll be consistent with our PPS virtual program that can be taken online as well. So while in-person, students can receive that academic support. It'll be identical to our PPS virtual. And again, we'll work with families to make sure that we have the right IEP and 504 plans in place, and that our EL students are supported in the ways that they need to. Those may look different when in person, but the supports will be there. Again, we continue to use our communication platform. As with PPS Virtual, Google Classroom will be that core instructional hub, and our teaching staff will be available via email, phone calls, as well as Google Meets. That's kind of the gist of that. Mike, you got anything to add on curriculum?
I don't, other than to say, I know that one of the questions is about how we were evolving in this. And so as we kind of have these comments here, I know we get asked all the time, how will you improve? Will you be reflecting on it? And I know for both curriculum and instruction and the processes we've done, we're continuing to monitor, to adjust, to change. All of our teachers, including the ones who have both volunteered and dedicated and worked this summer on curriculum, are all working on this idea that as we do both in-person support or we're teaching virtually, that we've got our program ready to go. So they're talking about already, what does it look like to iterate that learning? The learning that they did as instructors this spring, even in moments when it was frustrating, are the things that we're changing now as we deliver our curriculum into this year. I was just talking with middle school science this week as they're working on establishing their curriculum and what those changes look like and how to do that. And they're talking like, okay, well, if they're at home, we can do this lab with paper towel. So it's kind of neat to see some of those processes happening and then talking about how they engage using the classroom video. So there's going to be a considerable amount of growth that happens collaboratively with our teams that are working here to kind of improve instruction even right out of the gate.
Great. I think transportation is pretty much similar, Mike. So maybe that next slide, it's same as what we covered for elementary. Slide after that talks about food service. Anything else that I know cash transactions are not going to be accepted. Students and families will need to use their student ID to purchase lunches during their meal account. I'm not sure if we had mentioned that earlier. But other than that, it looks like mostly the same type of approach for elementary and secondary.
So, yep, that's exactly it.
Okay.
So,
Mike, you want to talk a little bit about the county virtual? I know there's lots of questions around that. And maybe if you have a link, maybe show some of the course program and catalog for folks to see.
Right, certainly. So, you know, we talked about this, and I know you approved that program catalog. Why don't you guys to take a look at what's in there? So here's the program catalog based on the link that's on KRESA's website right now, and you'll be able to look at all the approved high school courses. It'll include where the content's provided by, and these little icons here around NCAA approved, and you can click for some class descriptions on here to get some other links. So the programming, now we're right at Michigan Virtual. So you can see that their catalog they've put together is great. It shows all of the courses that are available at high school. And then we're down here with some EFA courses that are provided through that, middle school courses at 6-8, and some virtual options that are there around language skills. And we have some career awareness. And then our elementary Lincoln Learning courses are in here also. So that's the course catalog from the Kavic program. And I think one of the questions that comes up around Kavic is around what does it look like to switch back and forth if you choose Kavic and want to come back to PPS or vice versa. And we know that the entry and exit with Kavic, they're fairly strict on their timelines, and that what we're able to support is a semester switch. So that decision needs to be made before we start the school year. And then the next opportunity to switch in or out of the Kavic program will be at the end of January when the first semester ends, and then again at the end of the school year as we get into the next school year.
Yeah, great. I think that last slide we have to wrap things up was another FAQ that was out there. Is what is the difference between Portage Virtual and the county virtual in terms of Kavic, particularly at the secondary level, and Michigan Virtual. So our PPS virtual programming takes advantage of our teachers and our curriculum and our resources, and is an excellent learning experience for our children in the district. It will also allow our students to transition between virtual and face-to-face more readily. Why? Because it's our curriculum, it's our scope and sequence, and we have more control over that. Plus, it's what we've developed. We're able to keep PPS students with our PPS teachers. Kavic is a countywide program that uses Michigan Virtual as a platform, and Lincoln Learning, like we said, young 5th through 5th grade. So like one of the trustees said, while the students will remain PPS students, they'll be taught by a certified teacher from the Kalamazoo County in the Kavic model. But they'll have a PPS mentor. That's another question that we've got is, will the PPS mentor be a PPS teacher? And I'd have to say not necessarily. Most likely that would be some type of support staff to start. That's a 5-day-a-week program, a minimum commitment, like Mr. Huber said, as a semester. It's a little bit less flexible option, but it's self-paced and it works best for those that are self-motivated. That's one thing we learned from Clint Wagner and May Orr as they led up the 100% virtual team this summer. Those guys did wonderful work, really learning about Kavic and the differences between what we'll offer versus what they'll offer. Again, it could be a good fit for some of our students depending on who the student is. So, if a family's looking into that, just know what the commitment is, and also know that, our teachers aren't necessarily connected with the program. So that was a lot of information. We've got an entire team I know present right now that could probably help field some questions that I know you all have. So Mike, maybe we can open up for a little Q&A and do our best to answer what we can.
Certainly we can do that. And I also want to say thank you. We took a deep dive with you guys and it was intentional. And we know that there's a lot in that we just presented on because we wanted to get questions answered and we wanted you to see the depth of which we're working at. And so I appreciate you hanging in there with us for as long as you did to take a look at all the stuff that we have in it. So yeah, let's open it up for Q&A.
Randy, do you want to facilitate questions? How would you like
So I
to?
think Joanne has one.
I'm sorry, Randy, I didn't raise my hand. I know you've explained why we cannot do a hybrid plan, and quite frankly, when I look at the elementary enrollment for 2019, 2020, our 8 elementaries was at 3,900. So it is impressive the number of elementary students that are coming back either virtual or in person. I'd have to go back through the screen to say that I thought you were about 3,400 already. I still struggle with the student that left on March 13th and said the K through 5th grade student that was struggled and said, this school is not a safe place to be now. I really think that our teacher teaching virtually for the first 45 days can encourage and mentor these students to come back and move to in-person if the COVID figures support it and the teachers support it. I think that once they have an idea of what the protocols are there, what the mask is like, and the teacher can begin to show them their expectations, I hope that we're going to have more students move back and forth. But again, the COVID factors, I see this plan as stage 4 with no enhancements. Thank you so much. You've given us a great amount of information, and I really don't have a question.
Thanks, Joanne. We appreciate your comment and your perspective on all this.
Gentlemen, it's Rusty. I have just a real quick question, just regarding the student populations. It appears that we're losing maybe 128 kids have listed as they're not returning. We have like I'm counting about 7,400 kids have replied, and we're missing maybe 1,400 kids. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I took that number at 2:00 today. I don't know what it is right now. We could be closer than that, but yeah, that's about the number. And we do have some turnover every year. I don't exactly precisely know the number right now of what that is, but I'd have to get into that data, or Dr. Pasco could find that data about what our regular turnover rate is every year for students withdrawing to go to other programs.
Yeah, and then also how many that we accept as well.
Yeah, that number's not in there at all.
Yeah, and yeah, I think another question around that would be how do we, how do we, what's the process of folks coming into the district and filling that gap? But we got to check with Janet on kind of what the pattern of those incoming versus those that choose different options. So that's a great point, Rusty.
Randy?
Celeste, yes.
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions. I'm concerned particularly about during the school day. I guess I'm just looking at how does that school day look, and I know we've got some things in place for hand washing and mask breaks, etc. What about particularly during the first few weeks of school? It's going to be extremely hot. What about hydration? Are the water fountains off limits? How do we go about taking care of those needs? My second question has to do with on the way to school. We're expecting a lot from parents to make sure that their children are ready to be at school and to learn and to be safe. What about our bus drivers? I'm hoping that we are able to have bus monitors maybe. I can't imagine a bus driver trying to make sure, looking through the rearview mirror, trying to make sure that the kids are in their seats and they're keeping their hands to themselves and all those other things that kids do on a school bus, particularly the elementary kids. These are just those little things that make big concerns for me. So just throwing that out there. I'm sure you've talked about this and getting what we have tonight has been very thorough. I would have liked to have had it sooner, but I know it takes time because I just need to wrap my brain around it, not only as a board member, but thinking back as a teacher who wants the best for her students or an administrator who wants the best for her students and her staff. So
yeah.
That's where I am.
Thanks, Doc. I know we talked a little bit about, and don't quote me on this, but I might have to bring Ron into the picture, and definitely with Kelly Jensenius, who's kind of really stepped up to help lead the elementary division throughout the summer, is talk a little bit about heat days potentially, to talk about your first comment, Celeste, around if we're anticipating some extremely hot days or weeks ahead of us in the fall, that we may need to rethink some of that in-person stuff. Again, I don't think anything's been decided yet, but just know, Dr. Shelton, that's definitely something that we've been talking about. I don't know, Mark or Ron, if you guys want to add anything to that, but I know it's definitely in a discussion that we've been having. Ron, did you want to add anything?
Here's the discussion point. We know that we can't, we don't have the facilities to cool some of our elementary buildings, and we haven't come up with a procedure yet for how we would call those hot days where everybody, but the beauty of the plan is these kids can go all virtual, at a given notice. And so if we run up against that is been the primary option that we've been looking at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great point, Doc. With masks on as well for both staff and students, is going to be pretty difficult to be in the buildings depending on how high the temperatures get. So thanks for that comment.
So as a district, we are preparing to be flexible depending on what we need to be able to switch code from virtual to face to face.
I think that's the general approach, Doc. Yep.
rapidly without with a minimum loss of instructional time.
And did you mention earlier that you're thinking about a welcome back video for students and parents?
Yes, that's what elementary buildings we're putting together. I know that they're welcoming in new kindergartners and young 5 students, so they're working on those plans with some explicit components to make sure they're connected to their buildings. And I know there's going to be we have our 6th grade program and our 9th grade program, which are web and link crew respectively. Those programs are going to be developing their online content to welcome those students into their new environments, since we do have limits on the total number of people that can be at any one gathering. We don't want to exceed those. We also want to make sure those students feel safe, feel informed about what this next grade level looks like, and they feel welcome and a part of a community. I mean, if we can nail those 3 things down for anyone transitioning into 6th grade or 9th grade, it's there. And that's what our link crew and web programs with Becky Moon and Colin Kilmer and Nikki Smith and a whole host of other people at middle schools that I'm missing right now do to make that happen.
So is it possible for students, for a family to decide they will go virtual and then make that switch into face-to-face? And if so, is there a time frame? Can they go after 30 days? Can they go after 45 days? And how will that look?
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Pasco.
No, Celeste, we had put that in the presentation around, we recommend that each family that is thinking about doing a different modality than one that they started the school year with is just to work with that building principal. I know we've talked among our leadership group to work with families and to do what's best fit for them. And I'm not talking Lincoln Learning or Kavic, Michigan Virtual, but I think you're alluding to if I start face-to-face and want to go virtual or virtual, PPS virtual to face-to-face, then we would definitely want to work with those families to identify that in the PowerPoint what those issues or barriers were and see if if a different modality would be better serving that student. So I know we're definitely open to that. We definitely don't want to put barriers to student learning in place, particularly if a family's coming to us saying that this particular approach isn't working. Okay.
And how much instructional learning will take place on the virtual for the elementary? I know that in the spring it was, we had to do what we had to do, and so the instructional piece was somewhat minimal, at least from the teacher. It was more about doing the online work. So I'm just curious as to how much interfacing will take place for that virtual student with his or her teacher.
At the secondary level, that interface will probably be varied a little bit because they have class times now of 45 to 50 minutes an hour. And so there will be some engagement in there. Definitely that whole time is not teacher lecturing, student listening. We're hoping for, and we've been training them on small group, on how to make active assessment and active engagement during that time so students just aren't there listening. At the elementary level, like we shared with that sample plan that we put out there with the parent pieces, those are 50-minute blocks. So you've got a 50-minute block of engagement in a group, and that would mean the teacher's doing some instruction. Maybe there are some interactive and active engagement pieces, and then there'd be a 50-minute section where they're able to do their own personal work. So that changes the modality for them and allows them to have a bit of that brain break in between doing one type of work and then switching to another type. So we have multiple blocks of connected engagement for every student with their teacher every day. So that's kind of one of those things that you mentioned there that didn't happen this spring that we want to make sure happens. And so that was in both the elementary and secondary plans.
Okay, thank you very much. And just anything regarding the bus drivers and the bus behavior to and from school.
Ron, do you have anything that you could share on that? I know I have little bits and pieces about the protocols and expectations there, but I don't know if you've talked at all.
I mean, there are protocols. We're doing anything from seating assignments, the numbers that we're looking at right now, as far as parents putting from the survey information, putting kids on the bus is pretty doable for us right now. It looks like we're gonna have maybe a little over 1,000 right now is where we're at, where we're normally transporting anywhere from 45 to 5,500 kids. So the numbers look pretty good for us to be able to space kids out and give them solid direction on the bus. Now, that being said, at the beginning of the year, I think they mentioned earlier, we'll be doing all of our regular routes and then assessing the routes at the end of the week to see if we have any overloads anywhere, and then adjust our routes accordingly. So to get the right distribution.
Thank you.
Celeste, you had a question about hydration too?
Yes, and I'm not sure if that was answered or not. But I think Ron mentioned that if it's extremely hot, then we may have to go virtual that day or
Correct.
something like that.
Yeah.
Correct.
But I'm just thinking of
we put bottle fillers in many of our buildings now where we might be using bottle fillers more than drinking fountains. Drinking fountains would be off limits.
Well, that's good to hear about the water fountains.
Any other questions or comments from trustees?
Hey, I just have a quick comment, if I may. This is a little disjointed because it's a response to Joanne's comment at the beginning of these comments. I do not believe, and this is my personal belief, that kids left school on March 13th feeling unsafe. I think kids left school on March 13th not knowing what the heck was going on, and they were anticipating being back in the classroom in 3 weeks. And a lot of this anxiety has somewhat spiraled over the course of the last 5 months. I'm concerned about the kid that hasn't been in school for 5 months. You advocated having a 45-day delay. That's another 45 days that these kids I'm talking about who live in compromised situations will not necessarily be tuned in or doing work. I have a friend who is a first grade teacher, and she informed me back in April, May, when our virtual model at that time was going on, that 7 of her students never tuned in. So those are the kids that I'm worried about.
Hey, Randy, this is Bo.
Yes, sir.
Hey, I have a few questions and thoughts, although they're a bit disjointed, so bear with me. But the first one is just an observation that institutions, and PPS is an institution, and institutions hate change and they hate uncertainty, and that's all we're facing right now. And so I just want to say thank you to everybody on the team, everybody who's been working all summer, everybody who will carry us into the school year. I mean, you guys are all heroes to make this happen under just very, very difficult circumstances. So you have my enduring appreciation, everybody at PPS. Hey, I wanted to point out something that I was so pleased to hear. I don't know if the administrators know this, but a huge volume of the emails that board members have been getting have been around parent anxieties about having to make that choice, and the deadline was Monday, and they felt like they didn't have the information, and they're all feeling like they had to make the choice Monday, or else the world ended. And what I'm hearing from you is something very different, and hopefully it'll bring the anxieties down. There's still time to make a choice. You're still getting information, and indeed throughout the school year, you're going to work very hard. If it appears that they made the choice and the other choice might be better, that you can work with that principal and get switched back. So I didn't know if you knew that, but I'd say maybe a quarter or a third of our emails have been just parents just anxious about having to make that choice. So I feel so good about hearing that tonight. Hey, I wanted to ask a question about, the plan is officially just through September 30th. And so talk a little bit about this, but I sense what you will be doing is you're going to start the school year, you're going to monitor, and you might adjust. And I guess I just wanted to raise awareness from this string of thought from some of the parents who, for example, would love it for their kid to have access to some of these labs, some of these IB kids who want to pass their exams. And, can you figure out ways to make that work? Or I think about Mr. Cam's shop class at Northern and all the cool things that you can't do virtually. And so, I mean, is there a sense that once you get you get into the school year and everybody gets their feet underneath and everybody gets some confidence that there could be some discussions about some tweaks, or do you feel that this thing is pretty locked in? And I know you can't give me a black and white answer on this, but I'm just interested in what your thinking is.
We've already seen those tweaks happen. And we've seen those changes occur. I think it's tough because we did a deep dive tonight with everyone with a lot of Q&A because we knew those anxieties were out there from a lot of people, and we wanted to get the big message out. And we will, I think I mentioned it earlier, we're continuing to reflect and evaluate. So we know that ultimately having our students back fully in person, moving in those spaces is probably the ultimate of where we'd all like to be. I don't know what it would look like to just get right back into that. I know there's a lot of other, health and social factors there, but I think we'll continue to evaluate. And I mean, we haven't stopped talking as an executive team or as teachers or even socially about what it looks like to move this forward and continue to do quality education. I mean, I think that's the intent of all of our instructors, is to get there. So we'll continue to evaluate. There isn't I don't think we have a fixed timeline for saying, after so many weeks, we're going to do this. But I think right away, we'll see where we can add or we need to adjust or remove in order to stay safe. But I think our confidence will grow because we'll have experienced what is coming.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if I could just, I'll just comment on the September 30th date. Originally, the thinking around the September 30th date was twofold. One, it coincided with one of the executive orders and had to do with the flexibility that school districts were given initially. So that was one reason for that date. The other was we wanted to commit to at least a 5-week time period so that parents knew that we weren't going to be switching out of that phase for a number of weeks. But as has been said, we're going to be constantly monitoring information, assessing what we're doing, seeing what kind of flexibility we can build into our plan, and then extending whatever dates we feel are important to have out there.
Yeah. Mark, appreciate it. Good to hear that. Just a quick comment here. I really want to go back and underscore what Terry said earlier. And this is the reason why I was so enthused that you have an in-person option at the elementary level. And this is speaking for the people who we typically do not hear from. We do not hear from struggling parents. Struggling parents are working 2 jobs and trying to make ends meet. And so we don't hear from them. So I think we have to advocate for them. And so, a lot of times in those homes, I mean, we have homes in this community where kids show up for kindergarten the first day and parents haven't read to them very much. Or maybe there are no books in that household, or households where don't have internet, but we can give them a computer and we can try to set up internet. But if the parents aren't there, how do you get the kid to come over and sit at the kitchen table and open the Chromebook and do the lessons? And so, I just feel it's appropriate to speak for that slice of our constituency that typically has no voice. And so I really support that. But guys, when you open the doors back up, I'm also going to be really anxious. I'm going to be incredibly anxious. And so just a few questions about that. What I've heard from tonight leads me to believe that if there were some supply chain issue and the PPE did not arrive the day before you're scheduled to start, you're not going to start in person. I mean, you will, you just won't do that. You're going to start virtual, or you will take some days off. And I've kind of heard that intent, and I guess I'm just looking for a quick reaction. Because I do think there are people, reading these emails, who just think we're on a freight train and there are still unanswered questions and not everything's in place, and they're incredibly anxious. So I'm just looking for some reaction to that. And I think I know what your answer is going to be.
I think I think Ron probably will want to answer that one. But Ron, how far ahead do you think we have in terms of the supply on hand to fulfill all the PPE requirements, would you say?
Well, again, it depends. We had over 61 vendors reply, and we have a list of those where we've inventoried what they have available for us or not. So we feel pretty good right at the moment. But as Bo is pointing out, these things change really rapidly, and I would say if we're in a situation that's going to make us unsafe, we would go virtual. And we you know, we just have to. We don't really have a choice, but we'll already have that virtual structure in place. So that's, I mean, we don't really get a choice with that. So
Yeah, I guess that's what I wanted to hear. I mean, and that seems so basic, but we do have people in the community who are anxious about that. And so, I mean, I'm seeing the heads nod, and from what I've heard from you, you know, if we run into an issue like this, we can go virtual. And okay, super.
Bo, that I'll
Yeah.
just add to that. You know, that might be building by building. It might be the entire district. I mean, we don't know exactly what conditions we're going to be faced with this fall.
Yeah.
And, you know, either district-wide or building-based, there are so many factors and variables that are out of our control as we try to navigate this path, that we want to be nimble enough to respond to those in a responsible fashion. So
Excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. Bo, are you done? I don't want to jump in.
Not quite. I've got one more question. It's
Go ahead.
and maybe Brad's the best one if he's here, but you all might know this one. But you know, we've gotten a number of emails from teachers very anxious, and I totally get it. Is there kind of a working with the teachers? So if we have individuals who are at higher risk or have underlying medical conditions, so that those individuals will be teaching remotely as opposed to in the classroom, can somebody just speak to just that concern for just a moment?
Sure. I know a few teachers have reached out to Mr. Galen in Human Resources, and I know he's working closely with those that have legitimate concerns. And I know that we are definitely in a position to make sure that we're putting folks in the best position possible from a health and safety standpoint. So yeah, those would be definitely the first folks that we look at to say, okay, maybe can you help us in the virtual model, or maybe there's a way that you could fulfill a need without having to be in the building based off of the health concerns and needs. So that's definitely conversation that's happened all summer, Bo, between Brad and our PEA in particular.
Good.
And Bo, I just want to say I appreciate your comments and your support. And you know, going back to that, finding that happy medium and requesting, you know, information and selections from our families and trying to balance that so that we can plan with having time go by to put out as much information so that folks can make informed decisions. Just know that that's a big challenge for us. And, you know, I know when Mike and I were working on the videos, I said, you know, 50 minutes is going to be way too long. But then we stopped and we were like, wow, we could have made that 2 hours, kind of like we did tonight, and still have a list of FAQs that are posted on the website. It's just really difficult. We've been trying to just respond to as many families as possible and try to keep up with the emails and phone calls. And I know we didn't get back to every single person in the district, and I apologize for that. But just know we did our best to try to get back to folks so that they had some informed decisions. But yes, you're right. We still have 1,400 families out there that need to make a decision to help us plan. And I know our principals are doing a wonderful job to follow up on their families and their school communities that have not made that selection to maybe provide that additional information, because it's not just going to come from the exec team or the RTL teams or even the teams that were developed over the summer. It's kind of a shared responsibility to really get back to folks so that they can have what they need to make those decisions.
Good. Mike, thank you. I think it just helps to hear that from you guys. So that's very much appreciated. Randy, thank you. I'm done.
Thanks, Randy,
yeah.
I'm sorry. No, was Joanne next?
I don't know. Go ahead, Celeste.
Okay. I must say that I value all of the work that has been put into the planning and trying to look at different options and possibilities because there will be no perfect plan because we just don't have that perfect world and we're not going to have everything totally in place. I will be quite honest and let you know that I was totally, I won't say totally, I was at least 75% not on board. And I'm being honest about that because I wasn't sure how we were going to make it work and how we had the commitment from parents, from staff, from everyone involved. We can say what we want, but it's the people who are on the front line who are delivering what we want that makes a difference. So knowing that we are flexible, we will adjust, we will make, we will back up, go forward and do those things because this is a moving target. Just like we have the whole thing with COVID, one day it's one thing and the next day it's something else and don't do this and then do that. I needed to know that as a district, we are willing to be flexible enough to meet all of the safety needs of everyone involved. And we know without a shadow of a doubt that our little ones, our little kiddos need to be face to face. We know that. But we also know that we can't make that happen if we're not taking care of the people who have to deliver that instruction. So knowing that we are positioning ourselves to make it safe, I'm getting there. And I want to appreciate, I do appreciate the fact that you have helped me get there and somewhat talked me off the ledge because I'm being honest here, I wasn't comfortable. So I'm getting there and I appreciate that. The more information I get, the better I'm able to make a very clear decision. So thank you, Doc, and everyone else involved. Thank you, Mark.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize we couldn't get you all of the information with more time for you to review, just given the situation. So I appreciate your comments.
Joanne, did you have a comment?
One last comment. Ron Heron, how are our teachers getting a basket of disinfectant, paper towels, sanitizer? Because accidents happen and he or she cannot wait for the janitor to show up. So what is the supply chain for each classroom? In addition to masks, sanitizers, and soaps, what is the teacher given?
So what we have for them right now is we have sanitizer throughout the buildings. I think we had 400 dispensers for sanitizers. We have, and all of these are not here. They're supposed to get here on Friday. Sanitizer cloth in these new bucket systems where you can wipe down things and disinfect on the spot. It's a hydrogen peroxide. It's called EverWipe. If you look it up, you'll see. We are also, just so you know, we're also adding more custodial support during the day in the elementary buildings. Because of the model that we're utilizing, we are shifting some of our second and nighttime secondary support to the elementaries, which will allow us to get to those things that need to be gotten to a lot quicker, Joanne.
A great response, and I can see Celeste saying we've talked about our students, but we also talk about our staff, and that's encouraging news. Thank you, Ron.
Any other comments or questions from trustees?
Yeah, Randy, it's Rusty. Are we getting close to a vote? Do you believe, or?
I think we are. I think we are.
I'd just like to make a couple comments, okay, before we get there. As a lot of the board members have indicated, we've had a lot of great comments, a lot of great emails, and more comments to come tonight. Michelle, I appreciate you forwarding all those comments to us. That is very helpful, so we could review them more before we have our vote tonight. I'm guided by a lot of things. I mean, I appreciate everybody's comments, but specifically, our governor has us in phase 4, and she has infectious disease scientists on her staff, and I trust them. They've guided our state quite well, and phase 4 says we can have school. She furthermore took those scientists along with educators and designed the Michigan Safe Schools program roadmap, and it appears our district's following all those requirements. So I'm putting trust in our governor and her infectious disease scientists that we can open schools. Furthermore, I've just done a little bit of research, and the American Academy of Pediatrics has published a report on return to schools, and they have policies, and I would encourage people to Google American Academy of Pediatrics, and you'll see all their opinions. But the main point that I see is the American Academy of Pediatrics, which is 67,000 pediatricians, advocates that all policy considerations the coming school year to start with the goal of having students physically present in school. This isn't news. It's not opinion. This is pediatric physicians. And so that's kind of what guides me. We need to try. We start with the goal of having in class. And so that kind of guides me in my decision. Furthermore, I'd be hopeful that we could eventually get to high schools and middle schools phasing in. If we can have kindergartner through 2nd grade, face to face, I don't see how anybody could learn virtually in those grades. So I appreciate the district offering that for elementary, and furthermore, third through 5th grade, it's almost just as important. It's a tough time, but I'm really kind of going, my vote is kind of going with the governor's recommendations and what the American Academy of Pediatrics is saying. So more than anything, we just need to try. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thanks, Rusty. I just want to add that even Dr. Fauci believes that kids should be back in school as long as we're not in a hot spot. And thankfully in this area, we are not. I think your presentation was so good that I don't really have any more questions for Dr. Pasco or Mike Huber. It just showed how thorough the work that you've done is, how complex it is. And I mean, I just feel like thank you is an understatement for what the folks at PPS have done to come up with this preparedness plan and the return to learn plan. So in my opinion, I think we can be very proud to submit this plan going forward. And again, thank you very much. Are we ready to take action on this? Any other discussion? And I believe the motion is on the table, so I think we can have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Van Antwerp,
Yes.
Mrs. Navaria,
Yes.
Mr. Snyder,
Yes.
Mr. Droppers,
Yes.
Mrs. Wilson,
I struggle with social distancing and lack of taking temperatures, and therefore my vote is no. We have
Mr.
set the
Rathburn.
minimum stage 4.
Mr. Rathburn,
Yes.
Dr. Shelton Harris,
I'm going to say yes, with the understanding that we are going to meet the needs of safety requirements for everyone involved. So I will say yes at this point and trust the process.
Thank you, Celeste. And with that, the motion passes. Thank you. And we'll now move to our two discussion items. The first one is the GRBS contract renewal.
Yes, you have before you a recommendation to approve a contract with GRBS. It's a 2-year extension. And the annual amount is 1.836768 million. And the background information is, again, we've had this relationship for a while. We're continuing to work through it. We've had a really good year this year, really despite all the things that have happened with COVID. They've been very flexible with us and realigning our contract amount, realigning resources where we need them. And we believe that we want to continue down the path and have that relationship. I will add that this contract is slightly increased over last year by the 19,500. And again, those increases are related to increase in cleaning cost, the cleaners, and the Michigan PTO legislation, and also additional square footage coming back online. We had adjusted down in the past. So with that, we'll continue to work with them to again redistribute their resources as we need to, based on the COVID activities that are happening this year, which could adjust our contract either up or down, depending on if we're in school or if we need additional resources.
Thank you, Ron. Any questions for Ron? Okay, let's move to our next discussion item. And I think Mark's going to tell us we need to schedule a meeting for August 24th.
Yes, I am. There are a number of things that we have to act on in a timely manner to finish up our staffing. We do have some new hires that we will have to approve. We also have we're in the middle of collective bargaining with a couple of our groups. We hope to have some agreements in place by that time that will require board approval. So those are at least two items that I know that we have to act on in addition to the GRBS contract. So the 24th seems to be kind of the last date that we should do that.
Thanks, Mark. And we indicated before that we were all available for that meeting, correct? No changes there?
Oh, that's what I recall, yes.
Yeah, okay. Great. Any comments about that meeting? Okay, well, we've been at it now for a little over 3 hours and we still got 36 comments to hear. So we'll turn it over to Michelle. Thank you.
All right. I will begin without delay. Just a reminder that some of the comments were exceeded for 450 words. But I want everybody to know the board received the comments in their entirety. So our next comment comes from Aaron Maybe, 7611 Thrasher Lane, Kalamazoo, 09. Dear Portage School Board and Superintendent Belang. For the past 6 years, I've been a 5th grade teacher at 12th Street Elementary School, and I am proud to work here. I've made many friends with teachers, staff, and parents, my students. I must say that it feels like a second family. That being said, I want you to know that I am beyond eager to return to the classroom, but right now the appropriate and right decision regarding return to learn is to do virtual learning 100%, at least the first quarter of the school year. Simply put, we're not able to meet the 3 standards you said were the most important to parents in the survey: social emotional well-being, rigor, and safety. Starting with social emotional well-being, there are several things that will lessen it considerably. First, because desks are 6 feet apart, sadly, these students would no longer be able to work in small groups. As a teacher of 18 years, I understand how important it is for the students to talk to one another. It helps them clarify their thinking, learn to listen, and develop empathy. In addition, how can I talk to them or help them privately without having an appropriate proximity? How can I give the fist bumps, and hugs so many of them need. This takes away from the warmth of the classroom, the rapport with me, and the ability to build community. This leads me to Rachel. How can I possibly expect it to live up to academic potential unless they know I care about them? I can only bring out the best in them if I let them be themselves so I can reach them. Everything we do in the name of safety will not allow this to happen. Students will always stay 6 feet apart. This means not just in classrooms, but the buses, the playground, PE, music, before school and after school procedures. I don't think this sounds very realistic, even for the teachers. Our next comment comes from, let's see, I got a second page here, I think. From Dr. John Austin and Allison Downey Austin, MFA, 3219 Fleetwood Drive, Portage, Michigan, 49024. Dear board members, thank you for the opportunity to share our public comment. As both of us are educators, Allison is Associate Professor of Education at WMU, and John was Professor of Psychology. We understand and value the hard work and educators have demonstrated during this difficult time. We stand with our friends and colleagues who are teaching our children in the PPS system. We agree with the idea of offering online education until COVID is better under control. Thank you for making this decision. We have chosen to attend PPS over KPS with other districts because of the academic research of PPS. But we are very frustrated with the poor communication regarding the return to learn from the superintendent. Here are our concerns. We find it unconscionable that PPS officials have not offered any public sessions to allow our questions and those of other parents, as compared to KPS offering 7 90-minute sessions. They have not responded to questions sent through the website nor requests to join the focus groups. In addition to a lack of information and communication, we were given an unrealistically short period of time, 4 days, to decide between 3 very vague options. All communications seemed to clearly discourage us from selecting KVIC. There was little information given about it, and the graphics appeared to highlight the PPS virtual option. Perhaps this is because PPS will lose funding if students choose KVIC. We ask, 1, PPS officials be required to hold regular, weekly, monthly town hall meetings with an open forum for parent questions and comments. This lack of communication seen by PPS officials, not principals and teachers, they've been great, has sowed seeds of distrust among them. We see it on Facebook. There are a number of parents that are discussing moving to KPS or KVIC. The board, you, to please make a statement about why we have gotten no opportunity for open communication with PPS officials. If it is an error or everyone is simply overwhelmed, then please say that. It's okay, we all make mistakes, but we must admit them and apologize. It's a poor example for our children. If there is some other valid reason, we'd like to know that as well. For full transparency around the KVIC option and equally detailed information about it, since KVIC is our only PPS approved alternative. We ask only because without specific detail, parents cannot make an intelligent decision. If you are unable to provide the detail about KVIC, then perhaps it should not be an option. Thank you for this opportunity to offer public comment. Our next comment comes from Kim Palmer. Good evening, Board of Education Superintendent Beeling and Assistant Superintendent Patrick. My name is Kim Palmer and I reside at 3518 Cranbrook Avenue in Kalamazoo. I have been a proud PPS employee for 28 years. I have taught at Portage Northern for 26 years. As I reviewed the BOE, I realized that I have had the great joy of teaching at least one of each of your children as proud Huskies in those years. My two sons are proud graduates of Portage Central. I've always considered Portage Public Schools the gold standard of education. I know how difficult the planning for RTL has been for everyone. I appreciate your efforts and the efforts of so many colleagues to try and make the best plan possible. As professional educators, we have needed to be resilient, creative, and flexible, often at odds when the odds are stacked against us. Every teacher I know chose to return to the classroom if they felt it was safe and there were all the proper protocols that could be adhered to. We all know that with funding cuts and the class sizes, there's no way to do that. Thank you for moving to an all virtual for secondary students and faculty. I'm writing tonight to express my support for my elementary colleagues who deserve the same. It is not reasonable or responsible to ask them to be in front of 25+ students for an entire day, unable to have the proper safety protocols in place. While we know that this complicates things for parents, it is time for businesses to also step up and be a part of the solution by offering flexibility for parents at their work. Nothing about this time is normal, and it is time that we stop pretending that we can make it that way. Please consider the plan for elementary. I would add, please consider a later start date so that parents and educators have time to wrap their heads around what is being asked of them. As professional educators, we are all working on trying to plan in the unknown, which has been very difficult since we have not been informed of what we will be teaching. I often have 4 preps, and I've had a new class to teach every year for the last 5. The amount of work it takes to plan in normal conditions is daunting, leaving me very concerned for how I might create a new curriculum, integrating a new textbook, and deliver it effectively online. This is so overwhelming that I am most concerned that I will not be effective at what is the most important, building relationships with my students. Our next comment comes from Camelin Freed. This will be my 12th year as an Amberley parent, and as the yearbook chair for 4 years, I have been in that building a lot. It is blatantly obvious that the building is full of dedicated teachers who care deeply for their students and enjoy enriching their students' lives through academic and social emotional education. Therefore, when a large number of these highly educated teachers are saying they don't feel safe returning to the classroom at this time, that is difficult to ignore. However, if you are comfortable overlooking the feelings of educators, you'll be relying upon to carry out your education plans. To overlook the lack of air conditioning at Amberley and other elementaries is unconscionable. It is uncomfortable to wear a mask while walking across the Meyer parking lot on a hot summer day. Yet these educators and children are being asked to wear them for hours on end in classrooms that frequently reach 90 degrees and higher. Have board members and administrative members tried this out for themselves? Of course, everyone needs to wear a mask, but must they be sent back into the buildings during a time when wearing them will be untenable? Finally, I do believe a safe start to this school year is one that is 100% virtual. I understand and agree that would be a great hardship, if not impossible, for many families. And I'm not suggesting that we leave these families to fend for themselves, but quite the contrary. If we need schools to be open to provide childcare, let's tackle the problem we have and not pretend we're going to do one thing when we're really doing another. If we need to provide childcare, let's figure out a way to provide childcare in the buildings that have air conditioning or whatever creative solutions our community can devise. Let's let our educators educate as safely as they can, which is virtual. Thank you. Our next comment comes from Jennifer Rainier. She lives at 6426 Cherrywood Street. On February 24th, 2020, I spoke to the Board of Education regarding high class sizes in our Amberley K-2 classrooms. For the last 5 years, high class sizes have impacted me as a teacher. Most recently, I had 27 kindergartners and found it very difficult to maintain a high-level learning environment for all students. As I stated in the February meeting, it is the kindergarten teacher's job to lay the foundational blocks for our students. If that foundation is flawed, significant gaps will impact student growth. I feel, as a district, we need to invest our best efforts to give our youngest learners the firm and equitable foundation they deserve. Now, in a global pandemic, I am even more concerned about the importance of class size as it relates to the PPS RTL plan. What are the limits to class sizes when we return to in-person teaching? I do not feel confident when I read phrases like "to extent possible" for distancing under the health and wellness category. How can the administration guarantee my safety or my students' safety with vague guidelines like this? The RTL plan lacks concrete details pertaining to class size. I do not feel safe returning to the classroom to teach with the current RTL plan because of the lack of definitive class size information. This RTL plan affects me both personally and professionally. Our own children are Amberley students and have been enrolled in extremely high class sizes as well. My husband and I have decided that the RTL plan is simply not safe enough for our children to be learning in person. If our district administration cannot guarantee safe distancing within each classroom setting and small class sizes, then we simply cannot enroll our children in face-to-face learning. As a teacher, I ask the board to implement 100% virtual learning. As a parent, I ask the board to implement 100% virtual learning at home. Thank you. Our next one comes from Sarah Kimmer, 2879 Glen Almond in Portage. My son is a first grader at Mooresbridge. March 2020, when school closed, he attended a local learning center where he continued to do virtual learning to complete his kindergarten year. Since June, he has attended the Portage YMCA full-time every day. My husband and I are both essential workers, healthcare and postal service. We have to be at work. We appropriate that Portage Public Schools has felt the importance of face-to-face learning, but also provided other options. If Portage did not offer face-to-face option, we would be willing to pay for 1 year at a private school like Kalamazoo Christian. That would break our hearts as we moved from Kalamazoo to Portage for the schools. Thank you, Portage Public Schools, for your hard work and dedication to make the 2021 school year a success. Cheers to a great school year ahead. Send me the supply list. Sarah Kimmer, proud Portage parent. Our next comes from Randy and Kelly Bard. And they say, good afternoon. We hope this finds you all well and healthy. As PPS parents, we are seeking additional transparency regarding the PPS Return to Learn plan and COVID-19 preparedness and response plan, especially for elementary students, families, and staff. As a community, we need to further examine the availability of the available scientific data. Portage parents were asked to make a rush decision with very little information. At a minimum, we deserve the right to be heard, to represent our children's best interests and safety, and to receive open communication. For example, KPS supported their RTL decision with 9 different Zoom meeting town halls. Our community only received an email 4 days prior to the deadline for our RTL decision. We ask that Portage Public Schools start the 2021 school year with a well-deserved, complete district-provided virtual learning plan and transition to a hybrid model once it's safe to return to face-to-face instruction. To expand upon our request, please consider the following quote from a school superintendent. In the end, it will be impossible to know if we overreacted or did too much, but it will be quite apparent if we underreacted and did too little. We now know some information about the disease. There is still so much more to learn. My family and I have several concerns about the upcoming school year related to the existing Return to Learn plan released by Portage Public Schools. In no particular order, our concerns are as follows. No plan has been presented on how students can avoid being gathered as they enter and leave the building each day. Many students and staff will not be able to keep masks on for 7 straight hours, especially when temperatures are above 80 degrees. Several school buildings do not have air conditioning and older windows that barely open. This will result in an ineffective teaching and learning environment. Some students will need help putting masks back on after lunch and scheduled mask breaks. This could result in staff being in contact with potentially contaminated masks. There's been very little mention of curious kids and the details surrounding their staff and protocols as they utilize PPS buildings and provide care for PPS students. It is unrealistic to expect all households to be compliant and complete the daily self-screening before sending students to school. Students will not be able to take effective movement breaks due to spacing limitations. And students who already struggle to follow the rules will most likely suffer the most, as breaking social distancing guidelines won't be able to be handled with the same level of patience and understanding as they have in the past. Moving on to our next comment, comes from Karen Melita. She lives at 2619 Brookhaven Drive in Portage, Michigan. I'm both a teacher and a parent in this district. As both teacher and a parent, I'm disappointed in the lack of transparency that we have seen from administrators deciding our Return to Learn plan. At this point, anything other than 100% virtual learning is not safe. I'm a special teacher at the elementary level, so I see every student and every teacher in my building. After spending the last 5.5 months exercising caution and social distancing, it is unfathomable that I will suddenly be adding a possible 400 or more contacts to my social circle. There have been times in my years at PPS that my classroom has neared the 100-degree mark in September and June. Wearing a mask in conditions like that will leave us all breathless and overspent. What's the harm in delaying the face-to-face start of school until the weather has eased and we can comfortably wear masks? At that point, we could see how other districts have fared and reevaluate the safety of returning. It would also give time to be fully prepared to do so with all PPE and room alterations such as air filters that we need. In addition, as a parent of a child at preschool age and a second grader in a different building than I teach, the number of contacts we would add increases exponentially. I'm choosing to keep both of my children home and have my second grader do virtual school despite the fact that the sample schedule for PPS virtual option is atrocious. When adding up the hours in the day that are possible that she would spend in front of a computer screen, it was anywhere between 2 and 6 hours. 6 hours in front of a computer screen is totally unacceptable for anyone in elementary school. I have asked multiple times if this is a reality or just a random idea that someone threw together without thinking it through. I received no answers. I think we all realize that students that age should spend no more than 2.5 to 3.5 hours on a screen, and even that is excessive, but may be necessary in a pandemic situation. I urge you to look at the sample schedule that Kalamazoo Public Schools has shared, as it appears much more doable for students who choose virtual school, as well as healthier and using better educational practice for our youngest children. I've included a comparison photo of the examples schedules of both PPS and KPS. I thank you for your time. And for those of you who are also asking the hard questions of our administrators, please do not vote to open face-to-face until we all have the information needed to be sure our children and staff are safe. Our next one is from Kathy Adkins, who's the president of the PPS Drivers Association, Bus Drivers Association. Hello, everyone. My name is Kathy Adkins. I'm the current president of the Portage Bus Drivers Association. I'd like to address you today with concerns directly on behalf of your drivers. As we were not included in any staff survey conducted by the administration prior to the decisions made concerning returning to school, I have recently conducted a survey of the drivers. The facts follow for your consideration. We have 55 drivers currently prior to the start of school. We are working in a driver deficit compared to last year due to retirements and resignations. To my knowledge, we are 4 drivers short of what our route requirements were for the last school year. Additional drivers are considering resignations due to the concern of infection of themselves and possibly their loved ones. We do not feel adequate safety measures are in place for ourselves or the students on our buses. Of the 55 at this moment, drivers we have, approximately 50% are over the age of 55. Some of those are over the age of 65. At least 50% of the drivers have medical situations themselves or are in direct contact with someone that does. Of the drivers surveyed, 90% were in favor of an all virtual start to the school year, similar to the model set forth by KPS, as opposed to the current model set forth by PPS. With these facts in mind, I ask you to consider the numbers. Under the current EO number 166 issued by Governor Whitmer on August 8, 2020, were a driver to be exposed to a student on the bus who tests positive for or exhibits the symptoms of COVID-19, the driver would have to quarantine for 14 days. If several of us were to be out at the same time, busing of students would suffer. For the safety of all the staff, including your drivers, please consider starting the school year virtually K-12 until November. Hopefully by then, a plan that offers a safe start for all students and staff can be put in place. Thank you for your time or for your consideration of these matters. Our next comment comes from Katie Panich. She's a teacher at Portage Northern. Please, I urge you to reject the return to learn plan as it currently stands and beg you to please start all grade levels virtually this fall. Since July 9th, the American Academy of Pediatrics has noted a 90% increase in COVID-19 cases in children. We went from 200,000 children in the United States with the virus to 380,000 in just under 1 month. These numbers are likely to increase as the school year continues, especially if schools like PPS make the grave error of starting any grades face-to-face. Another study by JAMA Pediatrics has shown that children as young as 5 can carry 30 times the amount of coronavirus in their nasal and throat cavities when compared to adults, though this is still unknown how contagious children are. Both of these studies tell us 2 things. We are still learning about this deadly virus, and what we do know isn't encouraging when we talk about reopening schools. It goes without saying that I want to be back in the classroom. Nothing can replace the experience of an in-person class. But right now, we know that isn't the safe thing to do. The district has given us no assurances that they can actually keep teachers and students fully safe. Furthermore, it is completely unjust that our elementary teachers must risk their lives while the secondary teachers can work in safer, more socially distanced environment. Are you prepared to reckon with the aftermath of elementary teachers who fall ill with COVID, some of whom may end up in the ICU or worse, and the guilt their students may feel for getting their teachers sick? Are you prepared to reckon with the aftermath of the learning gaps that will arise when our elementary teachers fall ill with COVID and have to take 2 or more weeks off of work, especially considering we may not have adequate substitute teachers? Are you prepared to reckon with the aftermath of our Portage students falling ill with COVID and taking the virus home to their families, some of whom may be immunocompromised? Of course, we would rather teach in person, but this is not the right thing to do in our current situation. We have a talented staff that has some amazing training opportunities through Teach Camp and other avenues. We are highly qualified professionals and will rise to the occasion to provide our students with the same rigorous curriculum that we always do. Please protect us by letting all of us teach online. Our next comment comes from Roshana Porter, 7548 Hampton Oaks Drive in Portage. Good evening. Thank you for the work you are doing. I'm worried about the options put forth to our community as it relates to option 1 of the Return to Learn plan. Our children were dismissed in March to retreat to our homes in order to remain safe. Not just for the children to stay safe, but staff and in turn our families and community. What has changed since March? Nothing, but practicing safe social distancing. Can you assure that our children will be able to be safely socially distant in the small classrooms that they will be stuck in all day? Instead of splitting resources to figure out how to manage 2 options, I implore you to have 1 virtual option and everybody get behind it to make it a robust option that is advantageous for our students, staff, and families. Please use your power to do your part to keep our community safe. Excuse me. Our next comment comes from Kelly Abbott. She is at 2627 Mockingbird Circle in Kalamazoo, 49008. Thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I'm a middle school teacher, and I am very relieved that I do not have students in my classroom to start this school year. However, I am very concerned that my elementary colleagues will be forced to teach face-to-face. The arguments about safety have already been made, so I'm not going to reiterate that here. Instead, I would like to call attention to what the face-to-face classroom will be like emotionally. I think some people are wrongly interpreting a return to face-to-face classroom with a return to normalcy. They want students to return to the classroom for their social emotional well-being. The time we are in right now is far from normal, and children in the classroom during the time of COVID-19 will face a different and very significant set of social emotional challenges. No matter how much a teacher loves to teach their students, there will always be an undercurrent of fear about getting too close to their students or letting their students get too close to each other. No matter how hard a teacher tries to hide those emotions, the students will feel and internalize that worry. In order for a teacher to keep themselves and their students safe, both the teachers and students need to act in a way that are not normal for the classroom. A teacher in a face-to-face classroom right now will be constantly stressed and anxious. They will be stepping back from their students instead of towards them. They will be telling students to stay away from each other, not work cooperatively, not share. This is the environment of constant fear and a place that parents want to send their students. The day-to-day activity in the classroom will be a huge departure from the norm. The list of new rules will be long and will have to be very strictly enforced. Students will begin tattling on their classmates, some out of fear and others because they are sensitive kids and they want to make their teacher feel better. Upper elementary students will understand why school is so different, but because they are also at a much higher risk of being emotionally traumatized if they think that they or one of their classmates unknowingly made a teacher or student sick. While it's true under normal circumstances that face-to-face classrooms provide elementary students with a vital social emotional support, classrooms during COVID-19 will be far different. Right now, the right place for elementary teachers is to be 100% virtual so that each teacher can be the caring teacher they are without restraints and fear. Our next comment comes from Enrique Romero. He lives at 5644 Bob White Avenue in Kalamazoo, 09. He says, "Good day. Thank you for the countless hours spent on planning. We believe that PPS developed a well thought out plan that considered all families. My main concern is that as a family with two parents who work for Bronson Hospital is that this plan is going to be altered for no reason except a group of problem finders attempting to influence and force change instead of problem solvers. We do not have the flexibility, the availability to stay home with our children for virtual learning, aside from the fact that our child needs assistance that only face-to-face can provide. We have been working since the beginning. We have been taking the same precautions available to teachers and school staff. Even amongst the few who have contracted the virus, we have not quarantined those exposed, nor did we test them. We simply wait for the symptoms, then test, quarantine, and treat those who experience them. Our healthcare systems are already experiencing staff shortages. The impact that revising this plan would have on the community is significant. We can provide for preventative measures. I am sure many parents and families would love to be involved in assisting with this. Reach out to our hospitals. Dr. Van Eck, Bronson's Director of Infectious Prevention, is a very valuable resource in regards to the reality of the virus, planning, and the future. I implore you to be problem solvers. It is easy to be problem finders. We expect this of our children at such a young age. How are we setting examples for them by not working together to come up with solutions? We have already witnessed other schools planning for face-to-face come up with very innovative and conscientious ways in regards to prevention. We cannot expect daycares, who have also been working since the beginning, to shoulder the burden of student monitoring as they virtually learn. That is, if they have room, which calling around they are already full, nannies, be prepared for an uptick in neglect and abuse as parents who are desperate reach out to anyone left available on care.com. The current plan allows families that want to and have the ability of keeping their children home, which will inevitably aid in lowering the students in the classroom, which will aid in preventing and lowering risk. This allows for teachers at higher risk to be involved with virtual teaching. Reversing the plan in place will hurt the working families, single parents, and lower income families in our community. Please be an example to our neighboring communities of how we can come together and work towards prevention and logical solutions. Our next comment comes from Jessica Slate, 404 Windsor Lane, Portage, Michigan, 49002. As a nurse, I do not have a choice to go to work or not because of COVID-19. Teachers should not have a choice either. We have a duty to fulfill and can do this safely even with returning to face-to-face activities during a pandemic. COVID-19 is a strain of a common cold, and people who are sick should stay home like they always have in the past. If all are wearing a mask, even if someone was asymptomatic and a positive for COVID-19, the risk of others contracting the illness is very low. This is even lower when social distancing measures are in place. These children need a routine and need to be back assimilating in society with their peers. Most households that I know have two working parents that cannot be home with their children throughout the day. Not to mention those that want to keep their children home have an option to do so. Why are we trying to eliminate the face-to-face option? If a lot of parents are keeping their kids home, then the class sizes will be smaller. We can do this safely. Wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance when able, though not always necessary when a mask is worn, and stay home if you are sick. Kalamazoo County has a 3.1% positivity, which is considered low risk. Gary Walker is our next commenter. He's at 7823 Ashton Woods Drive in Portage, 024. Greetings, School Board. I support the district's K-5 reopening plan as detailed on 731. If parents wish to enroll in 100% virtual learning, the district plan allows for that. For my family, virtual learning has been a complete learning failure on the district's part and not an option. Virtual learning is not an option for most of us who are essential workers, i.e., everyone with a job that has bills to pay. We are essential to our employers, essential to our customers. We are essential to the family that rely on us to provide for them. If we are not allowed to send our elementary school-aged children to school, children who are the least risk for the spread of COVID or of being affected by the symptoms, then we should have our tax dollars returned to us if we decide to seek an alternative educational choice. Rumors last night of a last-minute push by interests opposed to reopening are disturbing. I hope the school board has the strength not to bend the knee to the pressure and give parents the choice. After all, we are your paying customers. We pay all the bills. Please realize that the parents in your district are woke to the panic merchants and tactics, and we vote. Sorry, I had to take a little water break there. Our next comes from Dennis and Sarah Kozian, 5139 Maple Ridge in Portage, 024. Dear Portage Board of Education, thank you for taking the time to read our comments. We are stakeholders of PPS. We are proud to say that we are teachers in this district and the parents of 2 elementary students. We love our students and colleagues and wish we could all safely return to the classroom in the fall. However, it is not safe for any of us. The health and well-being of our students and colleagues should be our #1 priority. We ask you to please vote down the current plan and begin the year virtual for all. Our facilities are not equipped to safely welcome back students or staff at this time. Most of our elementary buildings do not have proper ventilation. Some have only air conditioning in a few locations in the building. It will be virtually impossible to ask our students to follow proper safety procedures. In addition to having elementary students learn face-to-face throughout the week, the current plan allows for secondary students to report to school if they choose. We've already had positive cases in our district as the result of summer activities at the high school level. What happens with multiple students in our buildings once school begins? We know that this decision affects PPS families in so many ways. Our #1 priority needs to be keeping our staff, students, and families safe. As a board, we rely on you to make these difficult decisions. Hundreds of districts across the state are making the right decision. Please protect us all and reject the current plan in favor of 100% virtual. Our next comment comes from Eric Lean, 2424 Bender Road in Portage, 002. I know there is increased talk about going virtual again, and I'm very concerned about that. Our children are already falling behind in what they should be learning since we had to go virtual in the spring. In the elementary levels, I really do not feel that they can learn effectively virtually, and especially some of the children with special needs. I know in my gut that if we are virtual again, at least one of my children will have to repeat the school year as she has issues with processing and attention, but does better in the structure of the classroom. The children need to be in school with the routine and working with an educator that can better utilize their learning. Individualize their learning, my apologies. I realize that there is a great deal of concern about sending the children to school with COVID. The positivity rate in Kalamazoo County is currently about 3%, which is considered low risk. With social distancing at school, mask wear, and stressing hygiene, it can be a safe environment. Parents have to be responsible and quarantine and isolate their children when it is needed. I feel we have dedicated parents in Portage and would follow the guidelines. I really think we need to have our children in school. I'm looking at this from the perspective of a parent, but also as the family physician that I am. I've discussed it with my colleagues who also want to send their children to school in Portage. We feel it is as safe as it can be. Nothing is guaranteed, but people have been getting this infection with the schools closed, so being home is not protection. For the needs of social norms and education, a chance to have a normal routine back, I truly hope Portage School keeps with the original offerings and offers in school as an option for the good of our children. Emily Killian is our next commenter. She lives at 433 East XY Avenue in Vicksburg, 4997. Please allow the children to attend school in person. I will send my child. I am a parent and a certified medical assistant working in healthcare. I have seen this virus in action, and we know so much more than we did in March. Our next comment comes from Matthew Caramango. He's at 2501 Portside Avenue. I'm writing to you at this board meeting, which is being virtually held for the safety during a global pandemic, to urge you to choose 100% virtual start to the 2020 school year. Administration surveyed parents and staff regarding several modes of instruction that were under consideration for the school year. However, they have since settled on options for all levels that were not included in the survey, and a follow-up survey was never sent. Any assertion of what parents do or do not support is therefore based largely on flawed data. The Portage Education Association did conduct a follow-up survey of its membership. Having heard the current plans, 80% of our elementary school teachers do not feel safe returning to face-to-face instruction. For a district that tells us we are the experts when they want us to spend our weekends and summers developing curriculum, this is a large percentage to ignore. We understand what conditions in the classroom are actually going to be like when we return, and we are telling you it's not going to be safe. We need you to listen. I want everything to go back to normal. I wish I could have a normal first day using normal instructional methods and develop normal relationships with my students. My child turned 5 in March. It is not an exaggeration to say that I have been looking forward to their first day of kindergarten since the day they were born. However, no matter how much I want things to be normal, they just aren't. The first day of school will not be normal. We will have to develop new instructional methods, and we will have to find new ways to connect with students from a distance. And my child will experience their first day of kindergarten from our home because I do not believe that proposed plan will keep our children safe at school. Tonight, the board has a chance to choose safety. This is a difficult decision to be sure, but as the democratically elected leaders of our district, we will need to make the difficult decisions in the best interest of all. Once again, I urge you to choose 100% virtual to start the school year. Our next comment comes from Kristen Cantor. She's at 5829 Ramsgate Street in Portage, 024. Our family does not believe the current R2L plan is logical. It doesn't seem to facilitate keeping children's staff any safer since the off day is Friday. It sounds like an excuse to give people a 3-day weekend. Our family would be more amenable to an every other day choice. Thank you. Our next comment comes from Veronica Barn, and she says, I'm the parent of a soon-to-be second grader at Mooresbid Elementary School. I appreciate having an in-school option as I know that it will benefit my son the most as we struggle greatly with the virtual option in the spring. My only concern with the in-school plan is that there's no mandated daily temperature checks. I know this is an additional burden on the staff, but how can we be more certain that our kids and teachers can be protected while in school? I don't believe, sadly, that parents can be trusted to self-assess. I volunteered a great deal last year in class and saw how many children came to school sick. I understand that some parents have daycare issues and can't afford to take the day off to be home with their kids. However, if we parents and teachers are going to trust that sending our kids to school will be safe, then all safeguards must be in place, not just masks, but temperature checks as well. I haven't been back to work since last month and have placed my son in daycare. The reason I am comfortable with this is because both work and daycare instituted daily temperature checks. Now I understand that with the amount of kids in school, this seems like a daunting task to implement. However, it only takes seconds. And if teachers will be getting checked daily, why not the students? This doesn't make any sense. There should be no stigma associated with temperature checks. It is simply about not exposing our school population to this virus unnecessarily. I would urge you to please consider implementing daily temperature checks. The school has to take control over the welfare of our children. Unfortunately, with all the sensitivity and politics behind the current situation, we simply can't risk that all parents are going to be making that self-assessment accurately or at all. I don't believe any parent would maliciously send a child to school sick to spread the virus, but can we take that chance? We have to take a stand and we have to take responsibility for our own children. I would expect the school to put in controls out of the best interest of our kids and the parents' responsibility to handle the ramifications of that, or feel free then to choose the virtual option. We simply have to implement a daily check to ensure the safety of everyone on the school grounds. We are choosing to go the virtual route until this can be further evaluated. My husband and I both work, but our number one priority is our son and his well-being. And I would expect the school to be prioritizing placing all safeguards to keep students safe while on the school grounds. Thank you for your time. Our next one is from Jeff Van Hoven. He's a science teacher at West Middle School. I've been a teacher at West Middle School and a coach in the district for over 30 years. I want to both thank and admonish the administration tonight for the decisions they have made in regards to our reopening plan this fall. Thanks to you for making the switch to a virtual start for our secondary school students. By doing so, we are showing concern for the health and wellness of our 6 through 12 students and staff. However, by having our K through 5 students show up in full classes, you are at the same time showing a disregard for the health and wellness of our elementary students and staff. Recent research published in JAMA shows that young children, because of different physiology, typically have up to 100 times the viral agents in their nasopharyngeal airway than adults. Of course, they can contact and spread the disease, and of course, they and their families will be more at risk by being at school. Nobody is debating the fact that our students in a normal year would be better off being in school face-to-face with their teachers and peers. This is not a normal year. Protect those students and staff by starting off the school year virtual K-12. Thanks for your time. Our next comment comes from Chris Furlong. Members of the school board, I would like you to take a moment to consider a few things. First, if it is safe to return to school for face-to-face instruction, why isn't the Board of Education meeting with the public present today in a space that has air conditioning, proper ventilation, and the ability to distance? Second, I want to make it abundantly clear that the teachers of the Portage Education Association want to go back to work and they want to be in the classroom. But in order to do that, there needs to be a plan in place that keeps them and their students safe. The Board of Education and Superintendent have not provided a plan that provides reasonable assurances of safety. We have heard rumblings that more specifics have been decided that have been shared with outside the administration building. If this is the case, this information needs to be shared with all community stakeholders. Lack of communication regarding specific safety measures and their expected efficacy leaves us with no choice but to support a 100% virtual start to the school year. Please consider sharing these details with us sooner rather than later, as this would allow us a better chance at working cooperatively to solve any remaining issues. Starting virtually, even if we only commit to it for a month or a quarter, as many surrounding districts have done, would give our district time to develop the practical strategies that will keep our staff, students, and the families that go home to every day safe. Just as importantly, it will give us time to adequately communicate with all stakeholders so that people can feel confident returning to an environment in which they take great pride. Ultimately, we all share the same goal, ensuring the health and safety of our community. I hope we can all agree that the number of acceptable deaths is 0. The currently proposed plan does not contain sufficient safeguards for staff, students, or their families, and I urge the board in the strongest possible terms to reject it and start the school year 100% virtually. Regards. Our next comment comes from Adam and Julie Scholl, 8620 Plover. We are the parents of a kindergarten and second grade children and fully support the 100% in-class school plan, specifically for this age group. The educational and social requirements for the different age groups should be a significant factor in a decision to return in person, specifically for the K-5 age group. Recommendations by pediatricians, child psychologists, and the current pandemic rates in the Portage area are strongly support an in-person school option. At home, virtual learning for this group is not effective and would not meet the social educational needs. Safety measures can and should be in place to appropriately protect teachers and keep them and our children safe. It sounds like PPS has made a thoughtful consideration to ensure these measures are met. Teachers should be considered frontline workers during this pandemic and be supported as such. It is frustrating to hear the hesitation of teaching in person with protective measures and witness these same individuals in public eating at restaurants, participating in sporting activities, and attend large gatherings, which are much less controlled and risky environments. These types of activities are optional. Teaching our children is not and should not be treated as such. Our next comment is from Vicki Kimmer, 8714 Wynwood, 49002. As a parent and grandparent, I would like to comment on the very important issues before the board this evening. I have a grandchild in the Portage Public School System going into first grade. Giving his parents the opportunity to choose an option which works for their child is a very important point for the board to consider. Parents who choose a face-to-face education and are forced to utilize a private school are, in all probability, not going to come running back to Portage if the board does fall victim to the follow the crowd mentality of virtual school for all, and then changes their mind, giving back to choice. Those who want everyone to use virtual education and not allow any face-to-face because their children might miss out on something the face-to-face kids enjoy is part of the choice of virtual school. Those are the trade-offs and sacrifices they choose. It is not fair to parents and children who wish to do face-to-face to have to give it up because some people have a bad case of I want. As the parent of an educator, I understand the risks involved with teaching face-to-face. The argument that teachers' lives are more important than daycare workers, postal workers, clerks, nurses, doctors, and cleaners is really rather egotistical. I believe teachers should be given the opportunity to choose face-to-face teaching or virtual teaching. However, if their services are not needed in a particular area, they should be laid off and replaced with educators willing to work where needed. Having a family member, whether a student or teacher in school, means limiting contact and doing extra cleaning, but it is worth it to educate our children and teach them social skills necessary for life. I support the work done on behalf of the teachers and students by the Portage administration and would hope that our school board has the foresight to pass the plan, which gives options and is fair to all. Our next comment comes from Marissa Kors. Let's see her address here. Okay. Dear Superintendent Beelang, directors, and school board members. In light of COVID-19, the United States and Michigan especially has seen unpredictable social, political, and economic climate. I am a working mother of 4 children, and the Return to Learn plan you have issued that currently does not allow for face-to-face instruction for the 6th through 12th grades is unfounded based on the current virus statistics and spread in the Kalamazoo County. Under your plan, my children who are in middle school and high school will be learning virtually up till September 30th as of now, but likely indefinitely. I have called principals and emailed administrators about the plan after September 30th and phase 5, but have been met with indirect answers or no answers. We're residents and business owners in your district. We pay taxes to the district through both of those entities. Over the years, we have supported not only the school district itself, but athletics, arts, and extracurricular activities with both our dollars and our time. This is not the quality of education that my tax dollars should be supporting. I would have expected more effort on the district's end to make learning, social and emotional well-being, and educational preparedness a priority for my children. According to the Kalamazoo County District website of last week, there have been 1,438 cases recorded in the county, with 1,015 showing as recovered. When the unfortunate deaths are factored in, that leaves roughly 343 cases presently, which amounts to 0.1% of the population in the county. I recognize that each school district is given the latitude to make their own Return to Learn plan. However, the numbers in our area directly contradict your decision. It has been shared time and time again, however, by experts at the local, state, and national level that the elderly are the most susceptible to this virus, not those under 20. We have all become accustomed to masks and social distancing. With some effort from the school district, you would be able to construct a new normal in the classroom rather than through a computer screen. I recognize the district has made up their mind about my 4 sons learning for the fall, but I have not. Completely virtual schooling in the light of the numbers in Kalamazoo County is unacceptable. The deaths and the infection rates of the high school age category of individuals is so much lower that everyone else and your decision comes without cause. I am deeply disappointed in Portage Public Schools and that your decision to deprive my children of education that my tax dollars are paying for and that they deserve. Horace Mann, the founder of public education in the United States, said that education is the great equalizer. And that is what public education has strived to do for centuries. If we do not give our students the education they have become accustomed to in person and that they need to continue to be successful and productive members of society, I fear for their future. Okay, our next comment comes from Megan Caramango. I'm writing to you as both a mother of a new kindergartner and a certified child life specialist with training in child development and trauma. Professionally, I worked with children in hospitals for nearly a decade. I've seen the effects extended illness has on children and families. I have heard the cries of parents who have lost their child. I've told the child that their loved one is gone forever. Many people believe children are at lesser risk for contracting or spreading or dying from COVID-19, but the truth is we don't know. We don't know the long-term effects of COVID-19. We don't know that many survivors, including previously healthy young adults, are experiencing serious health conditions and requiring extensive rehab. We don't know what this means for their future. One of the reasons given for face-to-face instruction is socialization. While children do need socialization, what they will get packed into hot classrooms with masks on and teachers telling them to stay separated, to not touch each other or share materials is not socialization. More likely, they will learn that a human touch is dangerous, that classmates are dangerous to be avoided. They won't learn how to interact with others. They won't learn to share. The more we tell children they have to stay apart, the more they are going to internalize that their own bodies are a danger to others. If Portage returns to in-person instruction this fall, people will get sick. One thing I haven't seen discussed is that children believe in magical thinking. When teacher gets sick, students will worry that it's their fault because they didn't have their mask on properly. When a grandparent gets sick, children will worry it's because they sneezed during a visit. Young children believe even their thoughts have the power to physically affect someone. There is no doubt the mental health of children has already been negatively impacted by this pandemic. Sending them back to classrooms that in no way resemble a normal learning environment would cause further trauma. I know there is no good answer. I know that many parents are worried about how to care for their kids while they are working, and I hate that they will put in that situation. But I hate even more the proposed plan that does not safeguard our children, staff, and larger community from the spread of a deadly disease. My husband and I have chosen to keep our child at home. As much as all three of us have been looking forward to our child going to daddy's school, it is more important for us that our child survive to experience first grade, whatever that looks like. And Megan lives at 2501 Portside Avenue. Our next comment comes from Tommy Dimmick. And he says, I would like this read at the upcoming board meeting tonight. I'm not comfortable giving out my address for public in case they don't like what I have to say, but I do live in Portage, Michigan. To whom it may concern, I'm a proud parent of 3 PPS children, 1 in elementary, middle, and high school respectively. I'm writing regards the return to learn plans presented to families within the school district. I'm glad PPS is providing at least 4 days of face-to-face instruction time for elementary students, but very disappointed in the instruction plans offered at the middle and high school. PPS administrators have had months to prepare for the upcoming school year, and is this the best they have to offer? The students are essentially self-teaching with minimal interaction and engagement with each other or their teacher. While other reputable school districts such as Schoolcraft, Vicksburg, and Allegan, and Kalamazoo Christian are providing 2 to 5 days of face-to-face instruction for all grade levels, recognizing the importance of face-to-face instruction from teachers and social engagement within the classroom amongst teachers and their peers. As a healthcare professional working and taking care of COVID patients, I understand the fear involved in being on the so-called front lines. I too was very fearful in March when our state became a hotspot during this pandemic, but policies and procedures were put into place to protect patients and hospital staff in order for us to do our jobs. The same can be said for any essential worker who has continued to perform essential duties to sustain and maintain the economy and society. Can you imagine if all the doctors, nurses, and support staff refused to work and take care of sick patients, regardless of how protected or prepared they were in their work environment? But we pushed past our fear, put on our PPE, and did what we needed to be done for the greater good, and we continue to do so. Teachers are essential and hopefully choose their profession to educate, inspire, and mold our youth to go out into the world and make it a better place. But it seems fear has gotten the best of some, and that is unfortunately influencing administrators and school district policymakers to sacrifice our kids' physical, emotional, mental, and psychological needs by forcing them to stare at a computer screen for 5 to 7 hours a day for virtual learning. The mental health issues this is going to create amongst these children is going to be worse than the pandemic itself. Teachers and administrators need to step up, define safe policies and procedures, take precautions, and teach face-to-face. COVID is not going away anytime soon, and I hope PPS can come up with some better solutions for face-to-face options for children of all grades within the month, regardless of if we're in phase 4 or 5. If other districts can do it, so can we. Our next comment comes from Rob Henry. He lives at 5656 Tradewind Drive. Good evening. I watched the video last week and information to determine whether to send my children back to PPS this fall. It is deficient in the public plan provided. There is a lack of specifics provided on what my 3 secondary education children should expect during class periods. I need aspects on how classes will be set up virtually to assure the absence of academic chaos observed during the 2019-20 March to June virtual school period. What I have put together from the PPS video is attendance will be taken. Teachers will teach live or recorded, or maybe a combination of both. Or maybe they will log off after attendance and students will be expected to self-teach themselves using the posted resources on a single site portal. It is still unknown. The resources posted might be worksheets, links, YouTube videos. It's still unknown. The teachers will connect daily with the students, but it is not known yet if the teacher will remain online after they connect daily for attendance or when they will be available virtually for questions. Student can attend virtual lessons at the school, but it is unknown where they will be seated. The schedule for Friday is still unknown. The way assessments will be done is also unknown, but letter grades will be given rather than pass-fail. Parents shouldn't worry though, even though it is unknown what will be done. Whatever is done will be rigorous and the best in class. I've come to expect Portage District to be a trendsetter in Michigan. Yet details on how the district will approach virtual learning this school year differently than it did in the March through June period is unsatisfactory. I've reached out to the Return to Learn team the same day the PPS video posted and have not heard back. This is disappointing as the video repeatedly share how extensive the work has been in determining the plan. Unless the plan includes no details on virtual classes, it would be easy to provide specifics on what students should expect while they are logged in during the virtual school day. Would you please provide these specifics on what my students should expect while they are logged in during the virtual school day? Thank you. Our next comment comes from Heidi Henke, 1806 South Shore Drive in Portage, 49002. As a fellow parent and concerned community member, I was very grateful for the options presented for school this fall. I see both sides and appreciate the concern being taken over COVID-related issues. However, to hear that there is a possibility of limiting face-to-face opportunities for our young kids is very disheartening. I'm a single parent with very limited options for daily care and have been working every day since the pandemic began. The daycare is not going to be able to handle the virtual plan for all school children, if they even keep allowing those children to attend. My children have been in daycare every day. It is my only option. To now be faced with the decision of having to possibly find a place for my first grader to go during the week so he can get the education he deserves and needs and be employed full-time in order to maintain my home and everyday living needs is extremely scary and not something I can remedy. Not to mention, he will not benefit much from virtual learning at all due to his inability to focus and center in on what's important. Not only are academics important right now at his age, but also the social growth, which for children, school is one of the most impactful environments for developing appropriate social skills, and I am strongly in support for face-to-face instruction, especially for the elementary schools. Teachers will have to approach their education daily plan much differently, but so has every other business, profession, community group. This is an unprecedented time which has brought many changes to how we live our life, how people interact, but the most important thing is that we get these kids back to their much needed educational program. I believe the school system has the responsibility to be flexible and adapt in ways that meet all of our enrolled families. No one way is going to work for all kids, and I truly believe the options presented for Portage Public School families was the best choice that could be made. Let individual families figure out what works best for them. But to put families who are trying to make financial ends meet in a position where they feel forced into choosing between employment or their child getting a positive education is unfair. Hoping these concerns are heard and taken seriously. Our next one comes from Kathy Ha. She lives at 415 Camino Avenue in Portage. I've been a middle and high school teacher for PPS for 21 years. I have lived in the district all that time, and my daughters are both graduates of Portage Central High School. My roots run deep here, as does my love for this community. It is with love that I want to discuss some points this evening. Though I am a secondary teacher and my children are grown, I feel a responsibility to speak out about the current plan for the PPS elementary schools. We are basing our plan to return 4 days a week for face-to-face learning based on a parent survey. It was flawed. The wording was unclear and therefore led to misleading results. Since the plan was revealed, I've talked to many parents who thought they were voting for a hybrid one with a maximum of 2 days of face-to-face learning. There's confusion over this and a general feeling of suspicion and distrust surrounding the communication of the plan. This is the type of distrust that erodes public confidence in our school system, and it should be addressed. In the midst of a global pandemic, we should seek to remain an institution of learning, an institution that respects science. We know that children can contract COVID, as many summer camps and school districts have shown us. We know that ventilation is an issue, especially in some of our older elementary buildings. We know that previously healthy collegiate athletes are suffering from myocarditis as a lingering effect of COVID. So it isn't just about survivability. As a teacher who believes in science over politics, I feel it is dangerous to choose any option other than 100% virtual for the fall. Please consider your RTL plan before children, staff, and families get sick. Please remember that schools are not designed to cater to politics over science. And lastly, please value your fantastic, gifted, and devoted elementary teachers in the district as educators more than babysitters. Sincerely. Our next comes from Eric Curtis, 2290 Oakleaf Trail in Portage, 49024. Dear Portage Public School Board, please vote in favor of supporting the health and safety of all students and staff. Please vote for 100% completely virtual start to the pre-K-12 grade to the school year, at least through September 30th. There is so little we know about the novel coronavirus that we need to keep everybody in our district safe. The only safe option is 100% virtual distance learning. The risks are just too high, and the consequences are just too great to go back to face-to-face instruction at this place and time. Please join several of the other districts in our area by voting for a 100% virtual start. Thank you. Our next one comes from Kate Phillips, who lives at 6307 Peachtree Street in Portage, 49024. She says, I'm a Portage teacher, and my 5 children graduated from Portage Public Schools. I'm a teacher at Portage Central High School and have been teaching in Portage for 30 years. Thank you for allowing me to share some examples of the work teachers and staff have been doing since March 16th, 2020. You have heard what Kat Frink, physics and math teacher at Portage Central High School, has done. Not only has she made 1,000 masks, including specialized masks for the deaf and hard of hearing staff, but she has also helped many others. My daughter and son-in-law are both essential workers in Chicago. When Kat heard that a few of my daughter's employees had tested positive for COVID-19, she made masks for my family because they are working and taking public transportation daily in Chicago. Kat took it upon herself to send them masks and help them deal with the situation, but also to show that she cared about these 2 people she's never met. At Portage Central High School, Tim Halloran, Carolyn Moore, and Liz Honeysett created their version of Some Good News to help teachers feel connected and to add some joy during this dark time. Liz Honeysett earned Regional Teacher of the Year honors. Liz, along with Ashley Bowen, had our students create in spring. They posted the hashtag COVID creativity challenges for students. Our teachers, staff, and students are working on so many projects to help during this pandemic. These are just a few examples. I also want to give a shout out to the food service staff. I helped pack up meals this spring and observed Susan Livingston and the whole team in their efforts to make sure our students who needed meals received them. It was truly heartwarming. I am concerned about a return to learn plan for the elementary school. I do not feel that our classrooms are large enough, nor the class size is small enough to accommodate the type of social distancing that is recommended by the CDC. In fact, looking at Board of Education meetings, you are meeting virtually. However, in 2.5 weeks, schools will open their doors. As a teacher, yes, I would love to have all of my students in the classroom. I participated in our drive-in graduation and wished I could have given more than air hugs and high fives to my students. But we are living in a dramatically different time. In this pandemic, it is only safe to have 100% virtual instruction until we are in phase 5. Please put the health of our students and staff at the forefront and start the school year 100% virtual. Once we are in phase 5, we can open our doors with appropriate health and safety protocols in place. Thank you for your time and your consideration. We have 2 left. This one comes from Stephanie Hansen Oldenburg, and she says, according to MDHSS on August 12, 2020 at 3 p.m., Kalamazoo County has had 1,559 confirmed cases and 83 deaths attributed to COVID-19. There have not been any pediatric deaths at this time. Since March 13th, we have learned who essential workers are and the important role they have played for the public. Doctors, nurses, grocery store employees, janitors, first responders, truck drivers, farmers, and restaurant employees are essential workers. Whether you like it or not, teachers are essential workers. I come from a family of teachers. My grandmother, sister, uncle, aunt, my 2 sister-in-laws, cousin. Those who are still alive believe they have a responsibility to teach their students regardless of what is going on outside their classrooms. The World Health Organization is suggesting that despite efforts to create a vaccine for COVID-19, most likely it will never go away and we will need to treat it just like we will any other virus that is contracted throughout the year. Teachers are essential. What would happen if the doctors and nurses decided to strike if they had to see patients who had COVID? You have future essential workers in your classrooms. How can you turn your backs on them because of something that may or may not happen? Our teenage children know they are not going to have school because teachers don't want to be in the classroom with them. Is that the message you want them to remember you by? Do what is right for our kids. And our last one of the night comes from Melanie Pepper. And she writes, to whom it may concern. The attached image was shared with me today and is a draft of a sample schedule that a parent of a Matawan Consolidated Schools received via town hall meeting. As I am sure you are aware, they are planning on a remote start to learning in the fall with a graduated return to face-to-face option. I feel it imperative to share this information with you. If our goal is to keep the main thing, then we need to be exploring this type of an option. Almost 8 hours of screen time is not conducive to learning, nor is it fair, equitable, or scalable. I have shared several times this proposed schedule and would like to see our Board of Education at least take a look and consider it. What about a half day, 25 to 28 minute classes in front of a computer schedule every day, 4 days, an hour, and half hour off, lunch and planning time for teachers allows everyone time to decompress from the morning. Then office hours, independent work time from 1 to 2:40 with a 20-minute break in there. This can total 7 hours and 45 minutes. Thank you for your consideration. And we have reached the end of our comments.
And thank you, Michelle, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle, yeoman's work.
Thank you, Michelle. Indeed, Bo, yeoman's work.
Yes, great job, Michelle. That's a lot of reading.
We've been at it for almost 4.5 hours, and as I look at the agenda, it is complete. So this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you,
Randy.
Randy.
Thank you, Randy.